Council. It is Monday, December 20th at 7 p.m. Prior to this meeting at 6:30 p.m., there was a workshop presented by our Caldwell Airport manager and also a couple of interested folks on the potential name change of the Caldwell Industrial Airport. The meeting this evening is the regular scheduled City Council meeting, and we'd like to welcome everyone. I hope you enjoyed the beautiful lights across the creek as you came here tonight. And noticed how full downtown Caldwell is. That's a very beautiful and pleasant thing to have that going on this time of year. We'd like to invite Pastor Tony Sparrow of the Canyon Hill Nazarene Church to come forward for the invitation. Pastor, are you here? All right, then, Pastor Phil, would you like to give an invocation for us this evening if we said please and thank you? If you'd all please rise for the invocation and then remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Almighty God, again tonight, we thank you for the privilege we have to be gathered in this place, for the freedoms that we enjoy. And we especially thank you, Lord, as we celebrate these that are being honored and promoted tonight. We pray, Lord, for all of our first responders throughout our valley as they diligently do their job to protect and serve our great county and city. So, Lord, we ask that you bless this meeting and give wisdom to all that is said and done, and we give you thanks. In Jesus' name, amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much for filling in, and everyone can please be seated. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Alden. Here. Wagner. Here. Hopper.
Here.
Paulson. Here. Pollard. Here. McGee.
Here. Thank you very much. We do have a full council to hear the items of business before us this evening. Are there any items on the agenda that present a conflict of interest for council members? Okay. All right, hearing none, we'll go forward then. First item on the agenda is a special presentation from the Caldwell Police Department. Chief Wyatt?
Well, it looks like you have quite a crowd and a lot of things to cover tonight, so I'm going to move through this pretty quick. But as a police department, we want to take a moment to thank, first off, the City Council, those who have put in their time, effort, dedication, and we recognize that we had a lot of support through the years to do the things we needed to do as a police department. And so with that, we just have a couple small tokens of appreciation to Mike Pollard, Dennis Carlson, and Rob Hopper.
Thank you very much. Did you guys see that one article about our SWAT experience?
Yeah, but you stayed away from there. And then second, Mayor, we wanted to recognize you and thank you for your support, your dedication to the police department, not only on a professional level, but as a friend and a mentor through the years, and, you know, dealing with different struggles, different topics that came up, some hard decisions. The one thing I can say through this entire council, the mayor, that I felt like I always had your support, that we could actually run this department and make it a better. Through the years, the population has done this, and incredibly enough, our crime rate has done this. Doesn't mean we may not have hiccups through the years, but I think that's a part of it, is the dedication of our city council and also you, Mayor. And so one thing that is unique to the police department when someone retires, for those who don't know, I'm also on the rodeo board, and a trophy is a buckle. And so we wanted to recognize you with a buckle that says Caldwell Police Department, Garrett Nankolis, Mayor, 33 years of, service, I wasn't gonna say experience, but service.
Thank you so much.
So unless you have anything to say or something nice about me, I'll turn the floor back over to you.
Well, just thank you, Frank, and again, your leadership, Captain Riley, we respect our police department so very much. And as you mentioned, it is remarkable that in face of dramatic growth, that at the same time our crime rate has also decreased dramatically. And that is a testament to you and your staff, your dedication and commitment to the citizens of Caldwell, and we love you and appreciate you. And that buckle's big enough, and I've lost enough weight this year that's probably gonna pull my pants down, so. Anyway, thank you so very much for everything, and we appreciate it. We love you, thank you. Oh, special moments. Again, if there's any police officers in here, thank you. If you're out there, I saw some of you. The next presentation is, will be done by Deputy Fire Chief Steve Donahue, who has been filling in after the retirement of Chief Wendelsdorf, managing day-to-day operations, even though I have been the acting chief in the absence of the chief. The day-to-day operations have to be managed, and Steve has done that very well.
Thank you, Mayor.
Also like to thank the other two assistant chiefs who have stepped up as well, Brad Johnson and also Alan Perry. Appreciate them very, very much as well, so.
I will pass that along to him.
Thank you, and I'll turn the time over to you, sir.
Mayor and council members, thanks for allowing us to take a little bit of time. Just like Frank, he brought backup. I bring a lot of backup when I come to places, so, as soon as we're done, then half the room's probably will leave, and we're good. But thanks for having all those people. First, we're gonna start with, I'm gonna ask Pastor Phil to come up and help me out a little bit. I got all these things, and the mayor's gonna come down and help me out. Okay, Zach Greenwood? Why don't all of you that are getting promoted tonight come on up here with, the families that you're gonna present? And Zach is here with his wife Sarah, his daughter Samantha, his daughter Riley, son Carter, daughter Amelia, and somebody to be determined named Tyson. We don't know if he's part of the family or gonna be part of the family, or what that is, but we're just gonna put a little pressure on him right now. And where's your wife at? Okay. See, I told you I'm bringing a lot of reinforcements.
Congratulations on your promotion. Thank you for all your years of service. It's my honor.
She is. She's gonna pin it. I don't wanna do that to him.
No.
He's done pretty good today, so I'm just gonna. Ouch. Very good. Congratulations. Our second promotion is Battalion Chief Eric Nye. Eric's been with the department since at least 2001 as a volunteer, and now he's a battalion chief, which is a great accomplishment for him. He's accompanied by his wife Janelle, his son Garrett, and his daughter Ainsley. Yes, sir.
I have known this man since he joined the department. As you know, I took office, I was elected in 1997, and I believe he joined the department in about 2001. Does that sound right? And I can just honestly say, as watching this great man, as a part of our fire department, it's been an honor to know you, and especially tonight to be able to be a part of this presentation. It's wonderful that you are qualified and you're professional and you are wonderful at what you do. But the best part of this tonight is I get to present this to a good man. Your honesty, your integrity, your commitment to this community is unparalleled, and obviously that is because you have great support, and I know that every time you come to work, your wife and family support you in that, so this is for them as well. But I just wanted to say a few words because, battalion chief is an honor. But thank you for being such a great leader and a great man. It's an honor to know you.
Our next person is Captain Colby Curbs. Colby was promoted to captain recently. He's here with his wife Caitlin, his mother Lori, his father Brent, and a host of other people that he didn't want to list. So, and Mayor has a personal relationship with these people also.
I apologize, and, Colby, again, this is an honor. As you know, I know your dad. I know your uncle, and, I think, would be a cousin, I guess, right? And through basketball, officiating basketball for many, many years, I became to really appreciate and respect your father. The apple didn't fall far from the tree. It's obvious that, you are a reflection of your father and his integrity, his honesty, his characteristics. I haven't known you as long as Battalion Chief Nye, but I have known you long enough to know another good man just got promoted. So congratulations to you, your family. Pleasure to know you, and, give your dad a big hug.
Oh. Well, I'm gonna come give you a big hug up there.
Our next promotion is a new engineer, Dan Kenny. Dan's here with his wife Colleen. Dan is, well, when we first got motorized vehicles, Dan was here.
And I apologize, I have to say something again about this great man. Again, I think Moby Dick was a minnow when you and I first met, and, again, Dan, your professionalism, your personal characteristics are second to none. It's awesome to have such wonderful, good people working for the fire department. And again, you're a reflection of this, you are a reflection of this community, this department, and you represent us all so well. And I'm really pleased, that, you've reached this, point in your career, and it's an honor to present you with this badge as well. Congratulations.
As you all notice, they have their what we call their Class A uniforms on. They all decided that they wanted those, so I make them wear them. Our final promotion of the evening is an engineer, Cody Trosty. He is the son of Brad Johnson, who is my division chief of training. Brad's not here tonight. His grandmother passed away last week, so he's traveled to Indiana, I believe, for those arrangements. Cody's brought his wife, Devin, daughter Gracie, son Braden, and son Dakota.
Chief, I assume that all these, wonderful people at the back of the room are here to, support. I see a lot of firefighters, a lot of other family members, and so are there, other introductions that need to be had tonight, or is it just here for support, or did we get everybody introduced that needed to be?
They're just here for support. You'd like to meet them all, we're certainly grateful. Well, Yeah, we're pretty
It's a team, but,
As a team, we come in mass when we come like that, so.
anyway, I just wanna make sure that the rest of those that are here to support, these promotions tonight, how much we respect you and your families. Thank you for your service to this community. Thank you for being here tonight. That shows the teamwork part of what happens in the city, and so you're all appreciated and respected. Thank you very much for being here to support this tonight. Thank you, sir.
You,
Sir?
if the mayor is the acting chief, does he handle the hose?
Councilman, a couple of years ago, many years ago, we decided that the mayor probably should remain in his lane and not perform rescues and things like that.
Stayed in my lane.
He can be the acting chief, he can do whatever he wants, but I will be watching.
Speaking of which, as close as I came was I put on a vest and walked around during the Dairy Cold Fire and watched these amazing firefighters take care of that building and protect the people and the building, and it was amazing to watch them work. And so that's about as close as I came, Mike, but it was an honor to be there with them and to watch them. It was just amazing to watch the professionalism, so. All right, the next one is also a wonderful, and certainly, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, but also if you do want to leave, feel free to do so as well, if you were here for those last two presentations. But the next one is an honor. Every year, we have the opportunity to receive nominations for Employee of the Year and Supervisor of the Year, and recently we did give that recognition at the city employee recognition dinner, but one of the nominees and winner of the Supervisor of the Year was not able to attend that night. So it's my privilege to read this nomination letter and to present that award tonight in City Council meeting. This young lady is amazing. We are so lucky to have her at the city. And so I'd like to read this nomination letter. It was presented to us by Rob McDonald, who is the city engineer, and I would like to read his words. I would like to nominate Ashley Newbury for Caldwell Supervisor of the Year. Ashley has been a critical component to the engineering department in Caldwell since she started working here. As Assistant City Engineer, she has proven her value over and over again, applying the breadth of her knowledge on a variety of projects and assignments. She is self-motivated and very thorough on learning, analyzing, and responding to comments, concerns, and problems. She handles all situations in a very professional and respectful manner and instills a sense of confidence on a variety of topics. She is easy to get along with and very professional. Ashley routinely deals with MS4, which is the Municipal Separate Storm Sewer System, concerns, and the Stormwater Pollution Prevention Plans complaints. She also oversees the NPDES, which is the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System rules and regulations, and FEMA, which is the Federal Emergency Management Agency flood zone work. Working with these entities and programs can be very difficult, frustrating, and thankless at times, but she does it with a positive attitude and a drive to make Caldwell a better place. She is currently understaffed in her assignments with an assistant position has been unfulfilled, but still manages to stay on top of the requirements, working the hours needed to get the job done. With recent audits and scrutiny by DEQ, EPA, and FEMA, she has worked diligently on responses, coordination, and research to help the city stay in good standing with these entities. Everyone that we have received feedback from loves and appreciates working with Ashley, and I am one of those. We could not pick a better candidate for the assistant city engineer, and are very fortunate to have her. So Ashley, it's my honor to present you with the Supervisor of the Year. Could you please come forward? There's a nice plaque that says Supervisor of the Year, presented to Ashley Newbury in appreciation of your dedication, hard work, great attitude, and the joy you bring to others. That is so true. From the city of Caldwell for 2021, and of course there is a little something that goes along with that. Hope you have a wonderful Christmas, and congratulations. And if you'd like to say anything, the podium is yours. Congratulations, Ashley. You're amazing. Thank you.
Not to take up all your time, but I did
did wanna say thank you so much. We've been through a lot of stuff that, in my opinion, is a little scary over the last 3 years, so I really appreciate your support going through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. We appreciate it. All right, we are now ready for an annual update from our wonderful Caldwell Veterans Council.
Well, thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is Randy Jensen. I'm the chairman of the Caldwell Veterans Council. So just a quick update on what's been going on at the council this year. The continued services that we have are for the disabled American veterans, the Veterans of Foreign Wars, the American Legion, the Idaho Female Veterans Network, the Marine Corps League, several Boy Scout troops, and Team Rubicon. We are a home of these people. New services that we do host, we have started this year. We do have quarterly meetings between the veterans and the Congressman Russ Fulcher's office. We have started a Guitar for Veterans music program, and this year, we've had some dispersals of free wheelchairs and an ADA van to veterans in need in the community. And we still have our counseling, and we have our veteran service officer there 5 days a week. And we are still continuing with our veterans outreach program with our food and our cold weather gear bags. And we are a home to the community. We have opened our offices and our doors to the Jericho during the fire so they could have their offices and classroom instructions there. And we have hosted town hall meetings for the city too, and several of the service groups in the area. So that's it, and we thank you for your support, and we love Caldwell. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Questions or comments from council? We just want to thank you for what you do. The work that went into that beautiful building is astounding. The many, many hours of work that were volunteered. Mr. Dittenberg from the Caldwell Housing Authority, I know his group is there. You know, veterans who have already served this country came down and volunteered their time again and again and again. So thank you for everything that you do for these veterans, and thank you for what that great building has been turned into, so that we have the institutional history of having that building there, but also what goes on inside.
Thank you. We are very happy with the activities and the continued activities and the ones we have planned at the hall. It is very busy in it, and the community should be proud of the building and the things that go on there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We also have an annual update from Mr. Jeff Dobish from Spuds Baseball. Jeff.
No. Do I give my address again?
Dude, you're fine. It's just
I forgot my address. My name's Jeff with Spuds Baseball, and it was just a little over a year ago that I stood here in the cold of winter from my beautiful home in Tampa Bay, Florida, and you know, that you guys are so gracious to allow us to bring our new baseball team to Caldwell, and we just had an incredible year. The people we've met in this community, from working with the police department, and I gotta be honest with you, when I saw the fire people coming in tonight, I thought they had finally got me for my inspection on my food trailer, so. I thought, wow, usually only get one or two trying to inspect it. She knows who she is, she's back there, she's laughing. So, but they really saved their season. We went from an opening night flood to a record heat wave and a heat dome for the remainder 3 months of the season, so it was a lot of challenges, but I can tell you from not only a business standpoint, from a personal standpoint, from my family, what an unbelievable town Caldwell is. The people here, right down to every person, I know there's lots of here that I have a personal relationship with and have over the last year that I would consider a friend. And, you know, we have some big plans for the 2022 season. It hasn't been an easy season. We left the Expedition League, and 8 of the teams have formed their own league called the Independence Baseball League. For 2022, we've added 3 new teams. We will have a rivalry just up the road in Ontario, as a new franchise for 2022. And, we have 2 new teams in Laramie and in, North Platte, Nebraska. It was a challenging season at that and a lot of fun, but, we're still looking forward to this year. I've got my son with me here tonight. We traveled, I think last Wednesday or Thursday up from Tampa Bay, and, we're at 82 degrees and sunny currently at, 9:30 at night there, and, it's just such an honor to represent the city of Caldwell. And, I don't know if you guys saw where, we had our mascot out, around with all of our host families and taking pictures over the weekend. We really entrenched ourselves. If you travel over the summertime on the corner there of, I think it's Blaine, or where the United Muffler is, and you see our 20-foot blimp of Spudley. And now we're working with a lot of youth, organizations in the city. A lot of stuff that's happening at Indian Creek Plaza. And that's gonna be our focus moving forward, is, becoming a conduit for, not only youth baseball, but for people to drop off baseball equipment and gear, so that we can reuse it. And, we will be starting a 501(c)(3) in, 2022 to raise money for those kids that are less fortunate, not only just in baseball, but also, to get them out and in sports. It's a huge, makes a huge difference to some of these young kids that don't have an opportunity to, participate in sports. So that's really moving forward, the stamp we wanna put on the city. I'm just super excited. Working with the College of Idaho has been really a seamless transaction. We think it's, as we go forward, it's gonna be a great marriage for, their ball program. You know, there was a couple hiccups when we got it started, but, they've been there a long time. That is the College of Idaho field. It is purple, and that's why we matched our colors around it. And I think after them finding out that we were here to stay, and it took us, a week to clean up the ballpark, because nobody had been in it for a couple of years. And, working with them, and now we feel we have a very good relationship. So, while the school year's in, they have the field to maintain it well. And in the summertime, we wanna be a good tenant, but we also wanna be a good partner and make sure that, we have good quality baseball at Woodfield, or at Wolffield. It's a phenomenal, ballpark. Last year, the Spuds donated, an ice machine that can be used by both teams. And this year, we're in discussion to have that press box, with air conditioning, and we'll even put a heater in it, for our friends, with the College of Idaho, because we don't need a heater there in the middle of June or July, as we found out last year. It gets a little warm up there without any air breeze. Whoever decided on those 1-inch vents up top should be shot, but, personal opinion. But, really excited about 2022, got some big things happening. We've got a much better bullpen this year than we did last year. So, but being recognized out there, we have a first-class organization, and that's how we're gonna treat it. And, if there's anybody that's in the room that's involved with the, youth organization, we'd love to hear from you. We have a full-time office here, right across from the fire department. And, if we can be of an asset to help on whatever we can do, we're there to do it.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Any questions from council? Mayor, Mr. Wagner?
Not a question, but just a comment. Just saying what an incredible asset the Spuds have been to the city. I think most people have known that I was one of the host families and had the opportunity to have one of the players stay with us, and what an amazing young man. And so we kind of saw firsthand, not only the great vibes that it brought to the city and the excitement, but also, the economic benefit. I know, Owen's parents came to many games, and we would try to convince them to stay with us, but they never did. They always got a hotel, and so they're out there spending money on that, and food, and gas, and so it really was an economic driver for the city. I remember down at the soda shop one day, I was working, and some people came in with some baseball gear on, and started talking to them, and they were Cole, I can't remember his last name, but they were his parents from California that had come up. It was their 5th visit up, they said, for the year. And so, the benefits from that were just huge. But Jeff is a man of his word, high integrity, and it's been an honor to get to know him. I think as many as you know, also with what I went through last year with my brain tumor, they just stepped up and just helped in so many ways, and I don't know if we could have got through it without them. And I remember we sat down to lunch and we talked, and this was before I'd had my brain surgery, and we said, you know, we hope it's not a memorial next year for Jim, and it's not, thank goodness, we got through everything. But we wanted to team up and do some great things this year, and he mentioned about giving back to the community and really reaching out to these kids that maybe don't have the ability to go out and buy a baseball and a bat and a glove, and what can we do to help them out, to get them to be a part of that. And so, you know, getting to know Jeff, he is a man of his word, and just so impressed with him and what he's done, you know, for that organization and stepping up, and not just, you know, me saying it, I know Owen would come home and he would say the same thing, you know, just about, he played at other, you know, teams and leagues and just got to know other owners and just had the greatest things to say about Mr. Dobish and his organization. So just very grateful that they're here and looking forward to the continued partnership.
And again, thank you, Jeff. Thank you for everything you've done. It's been great getting to know you.
Yes.
I will, you know, as you know, I had some reasons I wasn't at too many of the games last year because of that, you know, the surgery or that surgery. I will be to more games this summer.
We know you're retired, so you got more games this summer.
We got more time, we got more time to come.
And don't expect a season ticket discount either.
Jeff, thank you for everything.
Awesome, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Appreciate your report. All right, is there anyone in the audience who would like to address the council about an item that is not on the agenda? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Marilyn Gunderson. I live at 16641 Bernie Drive, Nampa, Idaho. And, first of all, I wanted to congratulate the mayor on, is it 24 successful trips around the sun in service of, the Caldwell community. I think maybe your arms are tired by now. I just have a question. I sent, via email, an opinion about an upcoming thing, with, subdivision. And I'm wondering, what is the process, the protocol for that information within the city? Who has access to it? And what is the protocol? And I would also like to ask Councilman McGee, why I was sent unsolicited emails about a podcast that he has, iHeart 2C. I sent that information to the city, and then all of a sudden, I get an unsolicited email from him, and I would like to, I never signed up for it, and I was curious, what is the protocol for your private email information?
I'll answer the first part of that, and then I guess I'll let the attorney answer the second part of it. First of all, when you send an email in, it's considered public record, because it is and we even say that on our city website, because anything that the city has sent is subject to a public record request.
Right.
And so what we do is we take that information, and if it had to do with a land use issue, is that what you said? Then what we do is we forward that information to the planning and zoning department to be included in the packet, so that we know, they know that there's been public comment regarding that issue. And so then that is included in the packet that gets sent out to the council members. And because obviously it's a public hearing, we want to make sure that everybody's opinion is heard in those quasi-judicial land use hearings like that.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we do is when we receive it, we just make sure that it gets in the hands of the Planning and Zoning Commission so that council members can know what your thoughts are. And that's the process that, you know, for any public hearing for a land use issue. And then the second part of it, Mr. Waterman or Mr. Hilty, I don't know. She asked about, you know, what happens with an email that comes in and regarding the unsolicited podcast.
So, Mayor, the email, of course, will be routed to the appropriate internal staff person who maybe is related to that subject. There's a prohibition in the code on using contact info to generate mailing lists. I know Councilman McGee is aware of that prohibition, so I don't want to speak to the podcast. I don't know what the impetus was for that, but it wouldn't have been from a mailing list generated by email sent to the
Thanks.
You bet, and thank you for your kind remarks, and my arms are a little tired. Thank you. All right, anyone else in the audience who would like to address the council about an item that is not on the agenda? All right, we'll proceed forward then with the consent calendar.
Mayor,
Mr. Pollard.
I move that we approve the consent calendar as printed.
Thank you very much. Second, we have a motion by Mr. Pollard, second by Mr. Hopper to approve the consent calendar as printed. Any further discussion from council? Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Pollard,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Allgood,
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Hopper.
Yes.
Paulson.
Yeah. Thank you very much. The council has been, the consent calendar has been approved unanimously by the Caldwell City Council. And, again, those items on there have either been discussed in previous, public hearings or part of the budget that's already been approved. They're considered, routine in nature, and that's, the consistency of the consent calendar that's been approved by the City Council tonight. The first item under old business is a legislative item, which is case number OA 2113. The City of Caldwell Planning and Zoning Department is proposing amendments to Chapter 11, Article 3, Chapter 110302 of the Caldwell City Code, containing street and common driveway requirements for development in the City of Caldwell, and also amending Chapter 10, Article 3, Section 100307 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to planned unit development street requirements, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, parts, and orders thereof in conflict herewith. The Planning and Zoning Commission forwarded this case with a recommendation of approval on November 16th. Jerome, are you gonna make, or Debbie, who's making the presentation? Debbie? Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Debbie Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard. A couple of weeks ago, we discussed this ordinance, and there were a couple of items within the ordinance that the council had questions on regarding the language. Brent can't map to our drive, so I can't bring my slide presentation up, and I apologize for that, but so there were a few changes that based on council's concerns, that we, looked at the language and, determined to change in the private street section, the word subdivisions to developments, which then would allow for unplatted, industrial, commercial developments as well as platted developments, which was one of the concerns with regards to the private street for commercial and industrial use. And then in the common driveway section, number 14, I had requested that the council consider modifying that. They had been presented with 3 residential unit change from 6 lots to 6, and so we left that at 6 residential units that do not front a public street. We also increased the width of that common driveway to 26 feet, which mimics what the fire district will require if there's a hydrant on the street, and in the internal circulation street, which is required to be 26 feet, so it provides for some consistency there. And the other comment there was that, what if a, common driveway were needed to be used in an industrial or commercial development, and so we also added that it shall serve no more than 3 commercial or industrial lots as a common driveway, so that, limits the amount of traffic and use on a really undeveloped or unmaintained street. And provides for that. There were no other changes within that, common driveway section from what was presented at the last hearing. And then in the PUD code, so both of those, the private street and the common driveway, plays into the access section of the PUD, language that we changed. But I would like to, call out that, there's a reference in M, access. All lots developed as single-family residential lots shall front or shall have frontage along public roadway or common driveway. All other lots developed for residential purposes shall front a public roadway or shall utilize common driveways as regulated by Caldwell City Code, section 110302, or shall comply with Caldwell City Code section, and it identifies 111401, and that's actually 101401. And I did ask council, at the beginning of this meeting if that would impact whether or not you could, make a decision on this, and he indicated that that would not. We just need to modify that to be, chapter 10, section 1401 of the code, in that way. With that, we're asking your approval of these ordinance amendments to help us better serve our, community, development community, and to, allow for staff to ensure that we're, providing for good development in a designed way that provides for, safety as well as the, flexibility in making changes and design efforts.
Thank you, Debbie. Ms. Root, I apologize. Any questions from council regarding the presentation? Again, this has been, discussed in workshops, and this is the result of the changes, I think, that were, issues that were raised from council in that workshop. Any questions or concerns that it didn't meet those questions? All right, thank you. All right, there is no one who has signed up to speak at this public hearing. So are there any final questions for Ms. Root or for staff? If not, is there a motion to close the public hearing? So moved. Thank you. A motion by Mr. Allgood, second by Mr. Hopper to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. That brings us to item number 2 under old business, which is the companion document regarding bill number 60, ordinance number 3379. This has been brought forward this evening, with a request to waive the rules, pass it on its first reading by title only, and to approve the summary for publication. I will read the bill by its title only. This is known as bill number 60, ordinance number 3379, an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council amending chapter 11, article 3, chapter 110302 of the Caldwell City Code, containing street requirements for subdivisions in the city of Caldwell, amending chapter 10, article 3, section 100307 of the Caldwell City Code pertaining to planned unit developments, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor,
Mr. Pollard.
I will sponsor bill number, I move that we waive the three reading process and consider bill number 60, ordinance number 3379 on its first reading by title only.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Mr. Pollard, second by Mr. Allgood, to waive the 3 reading process to consider bill number 60, ordinance number 3379 on its first reading by title only. Is there any further discussion? Clerk, call the roll, please.
Pollard?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Allgood?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Olson?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The rules have been suspended.
Okay, now, Mr. Mayor, I will sponsor bill number 60, ordinance number 3379, move for its passage by title only, and approve the summary for publication.
Thank you. Is there a second? A motion by Mr. Pollard, second by Mr. Hopper, to sponsor bill number 60, ordinance number 3379, move for its passage on its first reading by title only, and to approve the summary for publication. Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Pollard?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Allgood?
very much. Bill number 60, ordinance number 3379 has been enacted unanimously by the Caldwell City Council on its first reading by title only, and the summary approved for publication.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Alden,
may I just make a quick comment?
please.
You'll see that we're all like buried in our computers up here. There is, 796 pages, and for some reason we have a malfunction and can't go to the page we need to, so we have to sort page by page. So as you see us up here buried in the computer, we're hunting for the page where we're supposed to be. So it's not like we're not paying attention, we're just trying to keep up with the process, sorting through all the pages. Anyway, just wanted you to know what we were doing here.
So is that what heyday is? I'm joking.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
It would be of tremendous help if whoever's presenting could give us a page number.
Okay.
If they know that.
If they know that, we could certainly do that.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. All right, that moves us to item number 3 then, is to approve a resolution authorizing the execution of the standard agreement and general conditions between owner and construction manager contract or construction manager general contract, known as CMGC, services relating to the construction of the Parks and Recreation Office and shop with Benetton Construction in the amount of $3,706,107. Bob, are you going to start that presentation tonight?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm here to, just, briefly review, where we're at on the Parks and Recreation Building, and then answer any questions if you have any. This is a project that has been, spoken about, ad nauseum in past, meetings and in budget presentations. And, where we are at now is we have, solicited a designer. We have a design that has been completed and submitted to the city. And we have a contractor that was also, selected through a qualification process. And now what we have before us is the contract, for the project, for the contractor, and then the guaranteed maximum price, which is the, amendment, number 1 to that contract. Up on the screen, you can see the layout of the building, is on the same site as the existing Parks and Rec building, but it is out in the parking lot, and then we have a detached shop that is also part of that. The office building has, it has 8 offices, it has a conference and training room, a break room, and then it has the proper facilities, locker rooms and things like that for the Parks and Recreation Department to use. The intent is that this would be built, construction would start in somewhere in probably March and be completed around the end of the year. And then once this building is completed, everything would be moved out of the existing Parks and Rec building, and then that building would proceed to demolition. And with that, so if you look on, so the resolution's on page 361 in your packet. If you go to page 408, you'll see the bid, results summary. And you'll see down on the first page, you'll see construction GMP total, which is the guaranteed maximum price, and that is $3.238 million. And then on top of that, if you scroll to the next page, the total estimated project cost is 3.7 with the soft costs, design, and some other things like that. We are very excited for this project. As you know, the existing building is very dilapidated and has many problems. And so we would recommend that council approve this contract with the amendment number 1, and we will proceed and move toward construction.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any questions from council?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Carlson?
Mr. McDonald, is this going to include geothermal heating, or is that going to be an option that we will look at a later date? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Carlson, this does not include in this proposal any geothermal heating. And the purpose is we don't know at this point what the capacity of a potential geothermal well is going to produce. And in order to keep this project on track, we have to move forward. If we determine that there is capacity in the future, then we will certainly look at making accommodations for heat savings in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. Other questions from council?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Wagner?
just
quick one. Is this, as we continue to grow, will we be able to add like additional offices, or is the 8 kind of not just for people today, but as we look to the future for possible new positions, or easy to add, I guess, in the future?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Wagner. We have 8 offices because we are planning for future growth. The existing building now, I think, has 3 very small offices. We had looked at cutting those back from 8, at one point during the design, but we felt like we really needed to keep 8, just so that as we grow, we have offices for future, coordinators, sports coordinators, or other recreational, individuals that may be working, or Parks Department individuals that may need those offices.
Thank you, Mr. Wagner. Any other questions from council? All right, thank you.
Mayor, I would just like to recognize, Carol and Denise, I think are both here, and have been a great help. And then in the back, we have a few representatives from Benetton and Design West, and it's been great working with them. They've been very helpful and very responsive as we have gone through the design process and let them know what our needs are for this project.
Thank you. Denise or Carol, did you have anything to add to the staff report? You sure? Okay. All right. Well, again, Rob and Carol, Denise, everyone involved, this has been a long time coming, and obviously has been discussed in workshops and budget workshops in numerous circumstances. The need is certainly there and has been for a long time. So it's nice to be able to get this finally off the starting blocks and towards the finish line. So thank you for all your hard work, and we certainly appreciate Benetton and anyone working with Benetton for their hard work in getting this to this point. And any final questions or comments from council? Okay, thank you, sir. All right, I will read this resolution by its title and ask for council's consideration. And again, this was on 408, is that correct, Rob? Resolution was on page 408, is that what you said?
Your resolution 361.
Oh, I'm sorry, 361.
Or the memorandum, 362 is the resolution.
Okay. Resolution number 47321. Be it hereby resolved by the mayor and city council of the city of Caldwell to approve the standard agreement and general conditions between owner and construction manager, contract dated December 15th, 2021, which is attached here too for approval of construction manager, general contractor, CMGC services relating to the construction of the Parks and Recreation Office and shop by and between Benetton Construction and the city of Caldwell, Idaho.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Calvin.
I would move to approve the resolution, move for its passage.
Thank you. Is there a second? We have a motion by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Hopper to approve the resolution, move for its passage. Any further discussion? Clerk, call the roll, please.
Alton,
Yes.
Holland,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
Albright,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Hopper.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you to everyone who's been involved to get us to this point. We look forward to that construction beginning, and, finally, the Parks and Recreation folks having a new office to reside in. That will be very, very nice for them. Yes. All right, we'd like to excuse Mr. Pollard as he is, not feeling well and is gonna head home. All right, the next item under new business is to, this is something I'm sure the gentleman to my left has been looking forward to. Consider acceptance of the canvass of votes for the Canyon County Board of Canvassers on the runoff election held November 30th, 2021 for the mayor four-year term. Mrs. Geyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The canvassers Board of Canvassers has provided us the results of the Caldwell mayoral runoff election that was held on November the 30th. And, it has stated on here as signed that, the bottom line to the election was, candidate Jerem Wagner received the amount of votes of 2,634 votes. Candidate John McGee received 549 votes. The declared winner of the election was Jerem Wagner.
Thank you very much, Debbie. And what we simply need is a motion from City Council to accept the canvass of votes from Canyon County Board of Canvassers for the runoff election.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Allgood.
I move that we accept the votes as listed by Clerk Yamamoto in the report.
Okay. I have a motion by Mr. Allgood, second by Mr. Hopper to accept the canvass of votes from the Canyon County Board of Canvassers for mayor, and that's for Mr. Wagner, being elected officially as the new mayor of the city of Caldwell. Just for the record, that swearing-in ceremony for the mayor and council members will be January 4th. January 3rd is the recognized holiday for New Year's, and so the meeting will be on Tuesday instead of Monday. So, and I think, again, I'm sorry, I'm short, I can't see over the podium, but I believe we have the 3 new council members here as well. At least I can see Mr. Stodic, I can't really see, are the others there? Mr. Register and Mr. Doty? Oh, yep. Anyway, congratulations, your votes were already canvassed and approved at the last city council election because there were no runoffs, but, and I apologize for my vertical, disability. It's hard for me to see over that podium. All right, so with that, let's see, we had a motion and a second, all in favor? Well, let's actually do this by roll call. Roll call, please.
Allgood,
Yes.
Wagner,
Yes.
Hopper,
Yes.
Paulson,
Yeah.
McGee.
Yes. Thank you very much. That acceptance of canvass of votes is unanimous by the remaining council members who are here. And congratulations, Mr. Wagner. It's been a nice meeting with you over the last few weeks. All right, that concludes item number 1. Moves us to item number 2, which is a public hearing pursuant to Idaho Code Section 52008C and 52906 and all other provisions of Idaho Code Title 50, Chapters 20 and 29. For the purpose of taking public comment on the proposed Caldwell North Urban Renewal Area Plan, which plan is being considered for adoption. The proposed plan contains a revenue allocation financing area, which will cause property taxes resulting from any increases in equalized assessed valuation in excess of the equalized assessed valuation as shown on the base assessment roll to be allocated to the Caldwell Urban Renewal Agency for the purposes enumerated within the plan. Plan contemplates the installation and construction of roadways, utilities, park improvements, and other infrastructure improvements. I'll declare this public hearing open and ask staff for the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Kelty. I am the attorney for the city of Caldwell, and it's my privilege to present the staff report on this public hearing tonight. This is the culmination of a long process that in earnest began back in 2019, and I'm going to go into a little bit of that history, but I certainly am not alone in having worked on this on behalf of your staff. And so as questions come up tonight, I'll be relying on other staff members as well. Carol Mitchell's here on finance, Rob and Brent, projects and project estimated costs. Doug Waterman, my associate, is responsible for drafting most all of the documents the plan included. And can certainly answer detailed questions about that and work with me on legal questions that may come up. Steve and Ophelia, both I think here from economic development, and we're involved in some of the process that's brought us this far as well, and also Jerome Mapp on planning and zoning. The area that we're considering for a new urban renewal area lies to the north, primarily north and northwest of Caldwell. This is an area that in substance was pursued for an urban renewal area in 2019. We went through a much similar process during that calendar year of the research and the investigation, the study, the feasibility, the projects, and then at some point the processing of the proposed plan. And it was somewhat controversial then, as I suppose it is now. We got close, and I think it's kind of at the 11th hour, we were unable to get the county commissioners at the time to approve what needed to be approved in order to have this area folded into a new urban renewal plan area and reallocation area. We've been about that process again this year. I think you are all aware of that. And the reasons for that have to do, I think, twofold. One, primarily, I guess, with the success that we've had with industrial development at Sky Ranch. I've been the city attorney for quite some time, and it has always been a principle of mine that I would not speak to policy issues. I will try to keep my opinions to legal issues, and I very
much respect, that the people of Caldwell have not elected me to make policy decisions, they've elected you. I will advise, based on what the law is, but I try not to wade into, policy issues. That said, you probably are aware, I feel pretty strongly about this one, this is a good idea. This is something that you should do, and you certainly are legally positioned to do it tonight. When I presented this at a workshop before the Canyon County Commissioners in November, I kind of said, the position of city staff is, with respect to whether this is a good idea, we point to the scoreboard. And we show what's happened at Sky Ranch, and I'm not gonna go into all that. Most of us are very well aware of the success of the urban renewal industrial component that's occurred out at Sky Ranch. And I'm not the numbers guy, but when you look at what happened to the tax base in that urban renewal area, when it sunsets next year, it has increased approximately 16 times over what it was in 1998 when that was formed, the base assessment year. The rest of the city has increased about 4 times, over what it was at that time. Urban renewal works. Its goal and objective is to increase that tax base so that when that urban renewal area, the reallocation area component sunsets, that increased tax base goes back to the benefit not just of the city, but to all of the participating taxing districts. It was a profound success. And the other thing I pointed out to them was 3,000 jobs were created out there, well-paying jobs. And those aren't things that we brag about. That represents, people that are earning an income and providing benefits for their family members. Family members that are provided for, build strong families. And that's the best thing that you can do for your community. It's the number one thing we should be doing for our community. And so we can brag about industry and the successes that, the economic development team has had in attracting, these big users and the splash of the headlines and so forth. But it's really the people that are out there with these jobs, that are building what is, a great community. 3,000 jobs, benefits, and families, and that is an end in itself. That's an end in itself. Sky Ranch is out of space substantially, and certainly for the kinds of users that now have their eyes on Caldwell. And if you've got specific questions about that, you can talk to, Mr. Jenkins. There was a 20-acre site recently available out there through the Urban Renewal Agency, and I think there were 8 separate proposers, major industrial users, some of them national users, some of them international users, that have an interest in coming to Caldwell. We anticipate as staff that, the new area, will be, up on the radar screen, perhaps nationwide, virtually out of the gate. So there's a need for industrial space, for development in Caldwell. There's an interest in industrial space. But there's also a need to be competitive in attracting those businesses. They are looking nationally, they are looking internationally in some instances. And urban renewal is one of the primary tools of economic development that we can be competitive with and, attract those. So it's the need for additional industrial space. Not all of that property will develop industrially. It'll be mixed, but, that is a primary focus. So it's the need for space, but also the need, to be competitive with other jurisdictions, other states, other cities, other countries perhaps, that will be, trying to incentivize, these major players to locate, within their jurisdictions. So let's talk about this north area. In September, this body determined, as it did in 2019, that, the area meets the definition of deteriorating or deteriorated, for purposes of urban renewal. There are numerous challenges. Again, that hearing's been held, the decision's been made. I'm not gonna go back over that, but, there are numerous reasons why this area, so close to downtown Caldwell, which was founded in the 1890s, has not seen significant development. It is separated by railroad tracks, it's separated by a river, it's separated by canals. It's got limited access, highways running through it that really are impediments to seeing this area develop the way that it could, through, general market conditions. It's really why it hasn't developed. And that was the finding back in September, and that is the character of the area. Urban renewal activity there, as it has at Sky Ranch, can assist in developing the necessary infrastructure, much of it transportation related, but also significant portions of it, have to do with delivering utilities to this site, at capacities necessary for, industrial development. Those things are not there at this time. And as we use that increment money to develop those, this should become and will become, very rapidly an area similar to Sky Ranch. It allows the city to provide the space, it allows the city to be competitive, and it allows the city to put into place the infrastructure that will allow that, tax base to grow, we think, very rapidly. So let's talk about the process that brings us, to this point. The process for, adopting a new urban renewal area and revenue allocation area, is governed by Idaho Code Title 50, Chapters 20 and 29. The first being, the Idaho Urban Renewal Law of 1965. It's been amended numerous times over the years, and the Idaho Economic Development Act. Together, those laws provide for the necessary and required process for this, which is really the final step, of what we've been working on, we worked on in 2019 and have worked on this year, which is to conduct a public hearing and then consider the ordinance, which is the next item on your agenda. It's not just the city of Caldwell that is involved in this process. It is the Urban Renewal Agency itself and Canyon County, because much of this area is not currently in the city limits, and there are some barriers to annexation, which is another reason that it hasn't developed like you might expect, given its proximity to, sort of the heart of historic Caldwell. But the process did begin, for purposes of the 2021 proceeding in September, on the 20th, with the city council declaring the area fit for urban renewal activity. That set into, motion a process that brings us to tonight. There was, a declaration by the Planning and Zoning Commission, which is attached to the plan, finding that it is largely compliant with our comprehensive plan. And as you know, the comprehensive plan is worked up from a land use standpoint to determine favorable conditions, goals, and objectives for how the city ought to develop. They looked at the area and the plan and determined that it complies. There's also been, a couple of actions by, Canyon County. There needed to be, an agreement regarding the administration for the revenue allocation financing provision and associated transfer of power ordinance. The county took this very seriously, conducted its own workshop concerning this plan on November 15th, and followed up with its deliberations among the Canyon County Board of Commissioners on November 16th, next day. But on that day, it did the things that it needed to do to approve this, to move it forward in partnership with the city and with the Urban Renewal Agency. The Urban Renewal Agency itself has considered and recommended the plan, which might sound odd because it is an urban renewal plan, but the law provides that anybody can propose urban renewal plans. They don't have to originate with the city, they don't have to originate with the Urban Renewal Agency. But the agency itself has considered and approved this plan and recommends its approval to the city council. And that really brings us to the last step in the process. Hearing was noticed timely on November 20th, pursuant to the statute. In addition to, I think what I would characterize as the fairly well-known history of the Urban Renewal Agency and city's interest in this area, and all of the formal notices and proceedings that have occurred, those of you that serve on the Urban Renewal Agency will understand that virtually every meeting for the last 2 years, there has been an attorney update item on the status of this Caldwell North Urban Renewal area. So for those interested in this issue, if they were monitoring urban renewal activity or the agenda notices, they would have certainly been able to see this develop. We've been very transparent with you about what staff was doing, both in 2019 and really continuing until tonight. I can tell you that all the notice and hearing requirements of the Urban Renewal Law have been met. All of the notice and hearing requirements of the Idaho Economic Development Act have been met. Tonight, your job is to conduct a hearing and take testimony and evidence on whether or not the ordinance, enacting the plan, with the revenue allocation provision should be passed. We would also, as staff, request that, the ordinance, be approved on its first reading, to waive the 3-reading rule and approve the summary for publication. Then, tomorrow, assuming that it is passed, we will arrange for publication and, transfer it to, the state tax commission and the taxing district as required by the law. The timing on this issue is something that I do want, to address. Urban renewal plans, they date back to January 1 of the year in which they are enacted, for the purpose of establishing the base assessment roll. And the base assessment roll is what will continue to be, paid to, all of the taxing districts. It is only the increment, the increase in tax, that goes to fund urban renewal projects. So we have understood, and I've reported this repeatedly, to the Urban Renewal Agency, it needs to be done during the calendar year. You lose 1 year on your base assessment roll if it's pushed over. That is what's driven this timing. We were a little bit delayed in the fall, based on the county's processing. That is not a criticism. They had a big decision to make and wanted to make it deliberately, and they did that and took their time, and we were still able to get this done. That concludes, my staff report. Again, I'd ask you to listen to the testimony, close the hearing, and then consider the ordinance. Mayor, with that, I'd stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hilty. I appreciate your very, in-depth presentation and all the work that you have gone through to this point. Also, Mr. Waterman, staff, everybody's been involved. One of the things that, is required under code is if there are agricultural users, that are being considered to be within this, that you would obtain, their permission to be included in a revenue allocation area. And it's my understanding that all those permissions have been properly obtained and documented through the city clerk's office. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you. Any other questions from city council? Thank you, sir. Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Mayor, council. Good evening. Stephen Jenkins, 411 Blaine Street, Caldwell, Idaho, 83605. Just want to say a few remarks related to urban renewal and, these our plans and goals for the future of urban renewal in this particular area. Really, as we look at the former urban renewal district, it is a 20-year plan that was established that has its fingerprint on all the successes we've had as a community. As you look at the wastewater treatment plant, you look at the creek daylighting, you look at the plaza itself, you look at the expansion on exit 29 Franklin Road, all of these projects have led to future successes that Caldwell has experienced as a community from an economic development standpoint. I can recall, this predates me, but Mr. Steve Foltz, he's my predecessor, and we had conversations about companies coming into the area, and they wanted to evaluate the Caldwell community holistically, not just the industrial area, but the downtown environment, the quality of life, aspects of what their employees would experience as from the day-to-day lifestyle of a Caldwell citizen. And downtown was a very important attribute of our success in that regard. As we look at our downtown, we look at all the activity down there, we look at the hundreds and thousands of people that are congregating on a given night in downtown Caldwell with all the activities that we've experienced in downtown. It's by no mistake. I mean, this is a plan that was outlined for urban renewal, and that's the successes that we're now experiencing are a result of those plans. So South Fork Metal Manufacturing is an example of that, coming in from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. They want to evaluate our downtown core. Our downtown was previously blighted. I mean, it had very little activity, very little pedestrian traffic. You know, those things were missing in this environment. And now, I mean, you see it prevalent today. And it's very exciting to be a part of downtown Caldwell. And these are the phone calls that I feel each day, mayor and council. I mean, it's pretty amazing just to recognize the amount of interest that we have in our community and just the outside groups that have contacted me directly on behalf of development opportunities at downtown Caldwell. And it's by no mistake. Again, our urban renewal's fingerprints are all over the successes that we have in the community. Just to go back to Mr. Hilty's comments related to Sky Ranch Business Park. Within development, there are 3 key words: time, risk, and money. Those are very important attributes of development. And as you look at the shovel-ready sites that were prepared for the development to occur out at Sky Ranch, there is absolutely no way that could have occurred without urban renewal. We had to get ahead of that development. That was previously 300 plus acres of agricultural properties that did not have utilities, that were not development ready, and they were not shovel ready, by definition, in economic development. So we had to prepare those sites for development, and without us getting ahead of that through urban renewal, those projects would not come here. They have the opportunity competitively to look at other sites across the nation, across our region. There is no reason for them to locate here without that incentive to develop here in terms of having a shovel-ready property. So that is really the perspective that I have, and, looking at the public sector jobs that we had, that was really the most prevalent, things that we could see in our community. We had jobs related to the school district, to the county, to the city, that dominated our workforce. So we wanted to increase that private activity through these economic development activities that were in Sky Ranch and North Ranch Business Park, and through these industrial developments, and we've seen that occur. Mr. Hilty referred to the 3,000 jobs in Sky Ranch, but we also have 1.5 million square feet of industrial space under roof in Sky Ranch today. We have 50-plus businesses scattered across the country that have integrated into the Caldwell community. As Mr. Hilty also referenced, we have interest from outside groups that are nationally developing, that could go, quite frankly, anywhere, and they're looking at the Caldwell community because we've prepared the ground, we've made these sites shovel-ready, and prepared ourselves for these opportunities that we've now encountered today. So I just wanted to expand on some of the comments that were previously made and just speak on behalf of economic development and how important it is to have this tool to lay the framework for growth and development in our community. I have great hope for this North Caldwell area. I'm already communicating with groups that have expressed interest on behalf of our intent to make those properties shovel-ready, and I see great promise for the Caldwell community. And urban renewal has been all over the framework and the fabric of this community. I'm very excited for the future of this area. And I also likewise would recommend that council approve this motion as well. So with that, Mayor, I stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins, and again, for the record, Stephen Jenkins is the Economic Development Director for the City of Caldwell. Any questions for Mr. Stephen Jenkins? Mr. McGee, I can't see you, but do you have any questions?
No, Mayor, none at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, is there anyone else from staff that was going to present tonight? Mr. Hilty? Okay, all right, then we will move forward with those who have signed up in support. First, Mr. Dittenberg.
My name is Mike Dittenberg. I am currently the Director of the Caldwell Housing Authority at 22730 Farmway Road in Caldwell, Idaho. It just happens to be in the northern corner of that increment financing district, and we're excited about the opportunities that the new renewal district will bring out there. So before I talk about those opportunities, I want to say that I'm going to my 16th year as director, so I've had the opportunity to work with this body for 16 years. So before the mayor was even considering retiring, and he was on the up part of his career, we were talking about this area out there. And even though Mr. Hilty said it was 2019, they started a discussion. I remember a conversation on my front porch at work with Mr. Orton about 2011, 12. When we sat up there and we said the city will soon be out here, and we had some vision. And I came to the city council back in 2012 and asked them to extend to help the Caldwell Housing Authority extend services of sewer west of the river. And we did a cooperative project and we extended services. And I consider that the time when we decided as a city and as a community that the city would expand west of the river. If you think about the Caldwell Housing Authority, we get our authority under Idaho Code Title 50, Section 19. We think it's one better section than Idaho Code Title 50, Section 20. And if you read the sections, probably chapter by chapter, all the way down through, the goal of the Housing Authority is almost identical to the goal of the Urban Renewal District. And that is to investigate the conditions that lead to some blight, and make proposals and recommendations to the governing body about how to correct that. And I think an urban renewal district in this area would definitely address those issues. For 16 years, almost every day, I've driven to Farmway Village on the corner of Farmway Road and Highway 44. I've seen the farmland, I've seen the property, I've seen the small industrial park that's there, and there has been absolutely no movement on any of it. It's been stagnant for the 16 years that I've been there. And there is probably nobody who knows more about that area, well, maybe there is, I don't know them yet, that knows more about that area than possibly myself. I have spoken with the State Highway Department, the Highway District, about extending Farmway Road across the river. I've had those conversations many times, and I know that is on their radar. If you want to find a solution to the Centennial Road and Simplot Boulevard issue, punching Farmway Road over the river is a solution to the congestion that you have there. I've also had an opportunity to talk with Union Pacific Railroad officials about a spur line along the edge of the railroad track there. If we develop that into an industrial area, there's more ways that we get the merchandise created in that area to customers throughout the nation. I also know that many of the farmers in that area are also looking for the plan B. You know, what do we do in the future as the place develops? What do we do in the future as more homes are extending to that part of the valley, into the Notice and the Parma area because of the lack of housing here? This represents a great opportunity for the city of Caldwell, not only in its industrial capabilities, but also in the development and just some of the relief that it will take off the other overburdened areas of the city. And for those of you who haven't paid attention to that, I've paid attention to that area for a long time. And if you take 20 minutes or half an hour and drive around with me out there, I can show you where the sewer lines go, and I can show you where the city owns easements, and I can show you the bridge abutments, and I can show you where everything has been put in place over the years that once if the urban renewal passes this evening, that it will rapidly develop out in that area. So I strongly urge you to consider adopting the urban renewal area for the north area.
Thank you, Mr. Dittenberg. Questions from council? Thank you, sir. Mr. Jerry Summers.
Mr. Mayor and City Council, I promise to be brief. I'm Jerry Summers, Executive Director of the Caldwell Chamber of Commerce, 1001 Blaine Street. I'm also a Caldwell resident at 211 West Spruce Street. I'm here to speak on behalf of Caldwell North Urban Renewal Plan. Since 1998, Caldwell Urban Renewal Agency has promoted development, redevelopment, rehabilitation, revitalization of the city of Caldwell. Their projects have included participation in the repair of the train depot, investment in the Caldwell Water Treatment Plant, Indian Creek Restoration Project, Airport Terminal Project, Centennial Boulevard and High Exit 29 Enhancement Project, the Real Theater Project, Serenity Park, Indian Creek Plaza, Caldwell YMCA and TBCC building now known as the Nancola Center. Caldwell North Urban Renewal is necessary for the improvement of infrastructure, parks, roadways, and affordable housing here in the city of Caldwell. It is important to recognize the surrounding cities all have urban renewal agencies. Boise with Capital City Development, Garden City, Meridian, Nampa, and Middleton. Many projects often need involvement of urban renewal, and without it, Caldwell limits its ability to compete with these neighboring communities. I urge the members of the City Council to vote to approve Caldwell North Urban Renewal Area Plan. I understand that taxes may go up, but in the same token, I've seen my property value nearly double. So because of the fingerprint of urban renewal here in the city of Caldwell. So with that, I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Summers. Any questions from council? Thank you, sir. Leslie Jensen Van Beek, Commissioner Van Beek.
Honorable Council and Mayor, it's a privilege to be here tonight. I want to thank the people that have put so much time into this. Doug Waterman, Brent Morton, Mark Hilty, Jerome Mapp. I consider you my friends and partners in government, good government for the citizens of Canyon County. It's also very nice to have a large turnout here tonight. I want to take a little time to address some comments that were made on a radio broadcast last week. I don't know if people are here in response to that, but, there were some accusations made against the Kenyon County Commissioners that we were not informed on this project. And I am here tonight not because I don't have other things to do, but because I care deeply about the development of our community. And I'm sorry, I should have mentioned Steve Jenkins in there, who's doing a great job. I have, when I first started out as commissioner, enlisted the help of LJ Wade, who is the feasibility study. He put the numbers together for this project. And he and I have literally spent hundreds of hours going over the numbers, talking about what this has done for the city of Caldwell. And it's very fun to listen to the stories of how you and LJ were in a van, sweating, driving around the county, looking at how to improve the dynamics. As a native Idahoan, I was here when Caldwell was not a desirable place to be. And you have taken visionary leadership and turned it into something that by anyone's standards, you're a national leader recognized for the proper use of urban renewal tools in our community. And it's drawn, for the critics, I would submit that if you're not in tune, if you have not been following this project, if you don't appreciate what urban renewal has done for Caldwell, there are other places to live, but this is a great tool that has done wonders for our community. The numbers that I want to start out with that Mark has alluded to, you can't be around LJ without talking about numbers. And so 20 years ago or so, the assessed value in this city was $600 million. You took the maximum amount, 10%, and took $60 million, and today at the end of this revenue allocation area, your projections were that it would grow to $300 million, and that would have been a 500% increase. You're going to realize a return on your investment of almost $1 billion. That's a 1,700% increase. On December 8th, I was privileged to be on the radio with Mike Casper and Chris Walton, and we were talking about how to put this in lay terms. And so I said, well, Mike, you were my financial advisor, and I was to ask you what I could put my money in on a return for investment. I said, put it on urban renewal, because as that money comes back to the county, nobody realizes that. I was talking with LJ tonight, and he said a 7 or 8% return over 20 years would be a 140% increase. The current projections for the newest revenue allocation area will exceed 5,000%. And I am confident with the visionary leadership in the county that exists and with the partnership with the city of Caldwell that we will achieve this goal together. This is not contrary to comments that were made on that radio broadcast last week, just for the city of Caldwell. We have a vested interest as commissioners in meeting, and I lobbied for this for 3 years now. I was finally able to get it through when Commissioner Smith was elected to office. To see development in all of the 9 cities, we have to count Star now because they are up and coming in Canyon County. So for Nampa, Caldwell, Greenleaf, Notice, Parma, Melba, Middleton, Star, and Wilder, if you like what you see in Caldwell, we have a vested interest in having each community be recognized and noted for what makes them unique and what creates interest for their citizens. So I do have handouts if anybody's interested. The numbers today, $113,000 is what actually comes back to Canyon County from that area today. At the end of this 20-year period, it will exceed $6 million. So the return on investment for that is 500%. So for the naysayers and critics, again, I would say this is a well-thought-out plan. There was the misstatements quoted by the Idaho Statesman. The controller was quoted as saying that we were using these funds to build a jail. That is incorrect. We never proposed to build a jail with these funds. What we said is that if we want to build a jail, we would take any help that we could get, and infrastructure would be an amazing way to do that. And there are creative plans to help people in the community who have maybe have a misstep to get a place of employment for them. They will be recruiting business owners that we work with, people out there, perhaps Commissioner Smith could talk more with that. She's been instrumental in this process as an economic development coordinator and a person with a lot of get up and go for our community. I wanted to take just a moment here to go over the current projections on this. So the projected, or the assessed value for this newest urban renewal area is $36,003,565. In 2041, the return on that is projected at $1,987,711.340. I didn't read that right, it's a lot, and so, and then coming back to that, the amount of farm ground, it's been an interesting journey to have Commissioner Smith with prior experience in land use planning and development, sitting on the Board of County Commissioners, and so, that was another criticism, is that we're taking farm ground. Some of that is not viable farm ground. The city of Caldwell was intentional in looking at adjacent properties that could be annexed into the city of Caldwell. That is a true statement. And what that means for the county is that the city will assess their levy rate, they will assume the services that need to go in out there, and the county will continue to receive the income from the urban renewal portion. What that translates to, 604 square miles in Canyon County, the acres are 386,560. The acres in the Caldwell North Urban Renewal are 1,825. So less than 0.5%. At the end of that return, you'll see almost 12% of our property taxes coming from that area. The only opposition or questions, I guess, that we received today in response to that radio broadcast were submitted by one of the concerned citizens, and he went through and looked at, he says, they will anticipate receiving close to $10 million, almost $11 million in revenue for the 2021 assessment cycle. And then he breaks that out, and the projections are right on for that. What Caldwell is going to, or Canyon County will realize, is $2.5 million in property taxes. The sunset of this urban renewal area comes to fruition. So lots of numbers in there, and I'm not here to overwhelm people. What I am here to say is that I am deeply vested in this process as a Canyon County Commissioner. I care deeply about our community. I care that factual information from informed elected officials is given out and disseminated in a timely way. As far as other elected officials, we do care. We did host seminars. I'm not sure what happened in the 2 years. I was there in 2019. I voted for this proposal then. The city of Caldwell was professional and graceful. They went back, they took suggestions, and they improved on an already well-greased wheel. And so when we're coming back today, I'm proud to stand here and say I'm more informed today than I was then. I did not make this decision lightly. I did not make this decision under duress or without an informed process. By law, the people charged to make this decision are Canyon County Commissioners. I don't tell any other elected office how to discharge their duties. I read Idaho code, I meet with legislators, I develop partnerships, and I build friendships. That's what the city of Caldwell and this Board of County Commissioners has done. And so it is with a lot of pride, it is with privilege that I stand here as an elected official, that I urge you to follow through, and that I welcome people to contact the Board of Commissioners. We're happy to answer questions. If we don't know, we'll find the answer. This is a great project. It will benefit not just Caldwell, that's a misnomer. This has benefited people across the nation and every city in Canyon County. And when you finish this project in 2041, I would anticipate that you would fire up and do it again. That the good leadership that Garrett Nancolas has started, I'm very proud of you, proud to call you my friend, proud to call you a fellow believer and somebody whose success has been directly tied to your faith in God. Thank you for allowing me the privilege of speaking tonight and being here. I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions from council? Thank you. Commissioner Terry Smith.
Thank you. I'm Commissioner Terry Smith. I'm going to be brief. And Commissioner Van Beek did a really good job covering numbers and a persuasive argument. I was part of the board who supported the passage of the Urban Renewal District. I'm just going to plea on the emotional side, which is what I love to do. I know for a fact that this was not approved just for Caldwell. From my position with the city of Caldwell, I saw face to face how this impacted Canyon County, Ada County, it even impacts Oregon. We are providing jobs, a lot for Canyon County, 3,000 just in the one district. We're providing a quality of life, that other community members in smaller cities don't have, through the projects that were created only because of urban renewal. I feel like I'm preaching to the choir, but, I just want you to know that, you have a ton of support, from this community. There are thousands of people every single day who are enjoying the fruits of the labor of urban renewal, and, good people like you who have ensured that these projects come to fruition. So, I'm very excited to support the project and all that you have done to, create a vibrant community, and, this is kind of one of the only tools that the Idaho legislature has given us. And so when it's the only tool, I would encourage you to use that tool. So with that, I would stand for questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions for Commissioner Smith?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Now we'll move to those who have signed up with, who are in opposition or against. Courtney Thompson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I too suffer from the vertical issue, so hopefully you can see me over this little podium here. I appreciate your time. Thank you for allowing us to come speak. My name is Courtney Thompson. I live in Caldwell. I actually live at 203 Lynn Avenue in Caldwell. I grew up here. I graduated college, moved away, and then came back to raise my family in the community that I grew up in and just love. So, I value my conservative roots. I value transparency. I value fiscal responsibility. This new Northern Urban Renewal District has been proposed before. I actually do not see it falling in line with those conservative values. I don't see the process as being transparent with the general public. I don't believe that it is fiscally responsible. I am a taxpayer. I own my own home. Our taxes continue to increase and increase. This is a tax increase. We, taxpayers have been begging for tax relief from the legislature and from you. This is not tax relief. This is the opposite of tax relief. We have a huge housing crisis in Caldwell. What is this going to do for that housing crisis? How will it help or hurt? I see it being pushed through. That's what I see as a taxpayer and as a voter. I find it, I heard, Mr. Hilty's remarks on the timing. I actually find the timing kind of insulting, actually, because I saw Caldwell go turn 3 city council seats over. And right before they're to take office, I see this being rammed through. That's just what I see as a taxpayer, as a voter. That's the perception. And even after sitting through everything I just sat through listening to on the pro side of it, that's still what I see. So, the fact that, from what I understand, and this is just my understanding, so I could be wrong, the tax assessor, the clerk, and the sheriff all have serious concerns, but it's still getting pushed through, that is a huge red flag for me as a taxpayer and as a voter. We are feeling record inflation, and I don't know where the end of it lies. Our households are suffering because of the inflation. Our economy is reeling. That is not your fault. That is someone bigger's fault. However, this is not going to help that. I've heard from people who don't know if they can stay in Caldwell for much longer because of the increase in taxes. This is a tax increase. The budget is what drives our taxes, if I'm correct. That's what I understand, that's what I understood the tax assessor explained. The budget drives the taxes. If our budget goes up, our taxes go up. And from what I understand, urban renewal takes from essential services such as fire, police, and schools. We see tax levies and bonds all the time to supplement our schools. Why are we taking from our schools and then being asked to give more money, more taxes? Again, this looks like a tax increase to me. And we are begging for tax decreases. So, I would just, I would urge you to vote this down. I don't think that this is not good for the average Caldwell voter, the average taxpayer in Caldwell. This is not going to help our families. People are going to leave. With that, I just thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for council? Do you want to address that? It's, again, it's her opinion, and she's entitled to that, so I'll just let it stand at that. Thank you. Mary Kane? She left. Okay. Just for the record, Mary Kane, 50 North Zion, I think, Parkway from Nampa. I had signed up to speak, but again, she's left. She's not here. She's not. Okay. Alan Brown. Okay, Alan Brown, looks like 19 Wedgewood from Nampa had signed up to speak. Mr. Brown? Thank you. This gentleman I know is here, Mr. Stotty.
For the record, Chuck Stodic, 13419 Cedar Park Drive, Caldwell, Idaho, 83607. Mr. Mayor and City Councilman, I too am against this particular proposal at this time because after listening to the commissioners and the city legal department, everybody else, the question that's not being asked is what is this going to do to the taxpayer? And I've got some numbers too that some of the other folks report already from the controller and the county clerk. And right now, in my opinion, I think that we're, industrial and commercial poor. I've got a chart here that I got from both of them relative to the Canyon County budget, and you're welcome if you want to have a copy of that. But as it stands right now in the tax year of 2020, agriculture paid 2.7% of the tax load. The commercial folks paid 29.5% of the tax load, and residential was 67.7% of the tax load. And projections for 2021, agriculture will actually go down at 2.3% of the tax burden. Commercial will be at 27.6%, which is also less than 2020. And the residential tax burden will go up to 70.1%. So I think, as you can see, that, the taxes aren't there, and I think that we have to ask ourselves, I would hope you have to ask yourselves as councilmen and a committee that, what does it do for the taxpayer? Personally, I live in a fairly new home. We moved in about 13 years ago. My taxes were just under $2,000 at that time, and now they're up to $4,000, more than doubled in this past year. And granted, some of that is, from depreciation on my value of the house, but when you look at the tax structure and how urban renewal works, when a agency like that is in effect, you look at a tax base, which, for simple numbers, say it was, for the northern district there, say it was $400,000 tax bill right now, which I think is a lot higher than that. But if urban renewal gets approved for that particular area, say the tax assessment value would go up $1 million. Well, of that $1 million, the $400,000 would go to the county and the rest of them, but the $600,000 would go to the urban renewal people. And again, if that area gets developed, a lot of the services and everything have to come out from the city budget. It doesn't come out from urban renewal. And I think that's where the rub comes in. A lot of people think that, we heard all the high returns of what it's going to do for us, but a lot of that doesn't give us any return at all relative to tax relief. in over 20 years, I know I'm not gonna see the return out of the industrial area. I won't see that, because I won't live long for that. And most of this is 20 years, and, you know, it's just a long time. And, again, I just don't think that, frankly, I was surprised that the county commissioners really approved this based on the input, and I would assume they got a lot of input from the controller and, also from the clerk, county clerk, because, again, at this time, maybe in the future, it'd be something we can look at. But at this time, I think the tax burden, is just too great on a lot of these folks. Can't tell you how many calls I've had since, the election time on people either selling their homes or losing their homes after they got their, tax bill this year. Some of them were up on Canyon Hill just recently, last week. Matter of fact, they bought travel trailers or sold their house and moved in with relatives, so. And, a lot of people, I don't think, realize too that this tax burden is gonna be all the way from Parma to Star to Melba, as far as tax increases for the county also. So, all I'm gonna ask you is, you know, consider the taxpayers in this particular situation, and I know there's a lot of numbers out there as far as the returns, and, you know, for the taxpayer, the returns just aren't there, so. Appreciate your time. Any questions? Be happy to answer.
Any questions for Mr. Toddy? Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Gina Williams?
I'm Gina Williams. I live in, Nampa, actually, 17269 Mercury Avenue, in Nampa. I think most of us are here in regards about the taxes, you know, on our homes and how they are rising. I have to agree with Mr. Static, you know, on that. I think we're not going to see it. We're going to just continue to be increased on our taxes. It's very hard. We want to retire and be able to live in the community, but we're almost being taxed out of our homes. And I don't think this is one of the ways to do it. I think I understand where you're coming from, I do. And, to try and make and bring things to our community, but I think you still have to think about the people who are living here and have been living here and want to continue to live here, that we're not taxed out of our homes, you know, and I think that's where I'm coming from. Yeah, and can you explain a little bit on that map as to where it's involved?
Yes, it's the dark, I think purple, I think is what, it's hard to tell.
Almost black.
Line, that maybe you could run your, PowerPoint over, but it's, or maybe I can even stand up.
Okay.
It is this dark area here. Goes up to the top, back down, and back to the beginning.
So where is that actually touching? What parts of, Canyon County is that touching?
This is Rotary Pond, right here.
Okay.
This is, Chicago Street. This is, the city of Caldwell. This is all the city of Caldwell. This is Canyon Hill. That is, just across the river at Rio Vista Acres. That gives you an area. It's basically the area around exit 26.
Okay, and then you had gone up above, so where is that going up there?
You can see the pointer goes up to.
Is there, up through there, where is that?
That's the Highway 44 alignment. This is Farmway Road. Here's Farmway Village. Here's the industrial subdivision at, with Gunfire and Racetrack Road on US 2026, west of the interstate and, adjacent to Farmway Road. And then this goes up a half mile beyond, a full mile actually, beyond Highway 44. And then a full mile over.
Well, I thank you for your time, but I do think you need to reevaluate that as to what it's going to, how it's going to affect a lot of the people who want to continue to stay in the community.
And actually, I will address that at the very end, because there's been some misunderstanding of how urban renewal works. and I would like to address that at the end, but rather than answer each individual question, I'll bring that up at the end.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Williams? And thank you for coming over from Napa. I hope you enjoy the lights while you're here. Judy, I believe is it Feathers?
Leathers.
I'm sorry? Leathers?
First of all, I apologize, that's when we're closed, so it would have been nice to clean up, but I didn't get a chance. I'm Judy Leathers, I live at 20520 Grape Lane in Caldwell, and I agree with the other people. You know, we vote for everybody, and we're promised that we're gonna get tax increases, and I don't see them. And I called and complained when I got my notice here not very long ago. I said, you're running us out of our homes, and I was told, yeah, we know, we're getting lots of calls. And we're seniors, we're retired. You know, we, would like to see the loyalty from our politicians that we provide with our votes, so that we can stay in our homes and enjoy them until we're called to heaven or assisted living or wherever. So I agree with the other people. I wish you would consider, some creative financing, so that it's not hitting the taxpayers.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Leathers? Thank you. And I'm sorry, the next one I cannot, I don't want to mispronounce it, I'm not sure of the name. 2121 Sledgestone Avenue in Napa. I apologize.
That's Ken Carr.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry.
Just briefly, I'm not well informed enough to speak, as many of you were, but taxes when I moved here 5 years ago were considerably less. And listening to the numbers that the fellow gave us on the percentages, business versus personal, it looks to me like the residents are paying the lion's share of everything that's happening here. Although it's been a good presentation, and the numbers on the rewards, 5,000%, you can't argue with that. But you can argue with it if the residents are being moved out of their homes. So, God bless all those people that want to move here because we have such a wonderful life. But if everyone is voting for tax increases, half of us are going to be moving on to the next place. And I'd like to live here a number of years beyond this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Carr? Thank you, sir. Colleen George?
I'll pass my time. I'm just gonna pass.
Okay, thank you. You have signed up in opposition, I'll just let it show on the record that you signed up to speak. Julie Heigl? I hope I pronounced that right. I'm sorry if I did not.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much for letting me, speak in regards to the urban renewal. My name is Julie Heigl. I live at, in Caldwell, and I am opposed to this right now. I love what has happened with, Indian Creek Plaza and the development that you've done now, that you've done over the last 4 or 5 years that I've lived here. But, I think we need a pause. When the, attorney came up here and said that this was reviewed on November 15th and then approved on the 16th, and we were told about it on December 20th. That's today. That's only 30 days. So if we can just take a pause, not vote on this today, let us get more information, because I had no idea about this. When I was here 3 weeks ago, I don't know if you remember me, I was here 3 weeks ago, and, I was told that, the urban renewal was sunsetting, and that we would see a decrease in our taxes because this was finishing this year. And all of a sudden, I hear on the radio that they're doing another urban renewal and that the taxes are gonna go back up. So could we please put a pause on this so we can become more informed before we vote tonight, please? And that's all I have to say. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Heigl. Any questions from council? Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy Breeze? I think that's right. I apologize,
Peggy Bode, I'm from Nampa, 7617 Edgebrook Drive, and, I was brought to, this was brought to my attention to the interview that PIDO did with Sheriff Donahue, and regarding the process being so speedy, and he was so irate because his concerns were not addressed, nor were the county taxpayers' concerns, addressed, and so that is why I'm here. I think, you know, if it's gonna be rushed through, there's something wrong. And also I have the same sentiments that pretty much everybody else that's in opposition, the increasing taxes. I'm here to appeal to your heart because you're servants, and I appreciate the time that you volunteer to do what you do. And I know that you care about the people in your constituency and in Canyon County, and so I'm really asking that you think about it. I know you wanna, voting on it, if you vote on it, I hope you vote on it as a no tonight, or, you know, kind of put it out a little further like the other lady said. Because really, in this time, we have, you know, just a very sketchy economic situation in the whole country, and I just think that the timing is really off, for one thing. So, I forgot what else I was gonna say, but it's probably pretty much what everybody else said anyway. Anyway, I just really urge you to look to your heart, not just to your mind, but to your heart and what the community wants. Thank you for your time.
thank you. Any questions for Peggy? Thank you. Todd English?
Thank you very much. My name is Tom English, 13691 Pillar Rock, Caldwell. Just a couple things that I wanted to, sort of talk about. The presentation was great in terms of how well the process, and you had plenty of all these public hearings, and, you know, staff got together with, you know, the other folks, the council members and all that. And I would question the transparency that was alluded to. I would offer a poll to the general public in Caldwell if they have ever heard of this new urban renewal proposal. I would suspect that probably 90% would say, huh? Now, it's not a matter of, you know, ignorance and apathy, it's not, or don't know, don't care, which is the subset, but again, this is so, I've been here I'm a new citizen of Idaho, and I'm thankful to get away from an area that was using urban renewal as like a piggy bank. It's a separate little government, and they can do what they want, and they spend their money, and the actual bill goes to the taxpayers. Granted, Indian Creek and what you're doing out in North Ranch? Yeah, North Ranch. Go through there. That's amazing. And I can see the benefits of this urban renewal concept. But while 3,000 jobs have been produced, which is wonderful, I also envision 3,000 families and perhaps 6,000 children that are going to be going to the schools. Now, the huge gains, the potential, wow, I wish I could get that on my 401k or my IRA, but the bills are going, the hidden costs are borne by the taxpayers. The hidden bills are borne by the commuters. Where are the roads for those 3,000 new jobs? How are those roads going to be taken care of? We have terrible traffic. the idea of building this out, and it's a great plan, and I can see the down the road benefits to the city and, you know, Canyon County down the road. But man, it's a lot of money, and we're gonna be paying for it, the hidden costs. And then there was one more thing I was gonna say, was, I just suggest that this has been, it seems to have been quite rushed. If indeed Canyon County got all of their ducks in a row and they, you know, it seems like they crammed it through at Canyon County to present it to you less than a month later, for you to look at it, to vote on it, to approve it. And I'd also suggest that the, incoming mayor think long and hard about voting for this in such a forced manner that the new council would come in and have to deal with, you know, pick up the pieces and clean the mess. Because it will get messy. And so that's, I said my piece. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. English. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Good. All right, that is everyone who has signed up to speak, and there were a lot of questions, and I will attempt to answer some of those. First of all, the revenue allocation area is not a tax levying entity. Period. It does not and cannot levy taxes. When you live in an urban renewal agency or live without an urban renewal agency, this is a reallocation. So what that means is, if you live, let's just say you have a $200,000 home and you live in the revenue allocation area, and you have a $200,000 home and you live outside the revenue allocation area, your taxes are identical. And we have shown that in public hearing, in town hall meetings, at the city chamber, in workshops. We have shown that over and over and over again, that this by itself has no impact on how much taxes you pay. It was alluded to that these businesses would put burdens on the sewer and water system. That is absolutely not true. They are charged fees, they are charged impact fees, they are charged connection fees. In the case of one new business who wants to come to this area, since this area was proposed, they would not be coming without it. Their fees were $7 million, $8 million, somewhere in there, Mr. Orton, what was it?
Mr. Mayor, you're correct, and that's what we got.
Yeah, somewhere in that they will have to pay to have the privilege of being served by our sewer system. And what that is they pay for a cost to connect. They also pay for their monthly service, but they also pay the cost of the capacity that they consume. So if they consume 1% of the capacity, then they are charged a fee that would have to replace that capacity at some time in the future. So that is also not true. This area has been available for service. We've had water and sewer out there for several years because of the request from Caldwell Housing Authority. They ran into issues with, I'm not sure if it was EPA or DEQ, Mike, I'm not sure which one, but both, regarding their sewage situation, and came to the city and asked if we would help them connect to city sewer. So we again complied with their request and invested dollars to expand water and sewer out there, and it's been there for quite some time. So my question is, why hasn't this area grown when Sky Ranch has, North Ranch has, brought jobs to the area? And the reason is because there's no power, there's no gas, the roads are deficient, and that's what urban renewal does. If you look at the plan completely, it has nothing in it except for roads, power, sewer, water, bridges. There are some park improvements, but those are partnerships with, for example, the state of Idaho to help improve Caldwell Pond, which benefits everybody. And so again, I just want you to know that and this has been going on since 2019. There have been numerous meetings. There have been numerous articles in the newspaper. It has been talked about in every and noticed, properly, as the attorney said at the beginning of the meeting. We have followed the law specifically. One of the reasons that we wanted it to be here before tonight, but we worked with the property owners out there. and several of them did not want to be included in the revenue allocation area, so we withdrew those, and that caused us to change the boundaries we sent to Mr. Stender and asked him to provide us what the tax impact would be and what the projections would be. And that happened numerous times over the past few months, which delayed us further trying to work with and being very transparent with all the property owners in that area. Again, it's interesting that all of the agricultural property owners in this area have signed up in favor and want to be included in this revenue allocation area. Because it does not change a thing for them. It does not raise taxes. It doesn't change the underlying zoning. It does not change, their property taxes until and unless some developer comes in and offers them lots and lots of money for their property, and if they choose to take that, then that's a private property, issue. There's no we do not, eminent domain. You know, we can't take anybody's property from them out there. Now, again, there's a very small caveat there. For example, if Highway 2026 needs to be wider than what it currently is, and if there's a wider right-of-way that's required, then, yeah, the state or, in conjunction with urban renewal could do eminent domain to take another few feet to make sure that that roadway is wide enough. There's a lot of misinformation out there. And humbly speaking, and I'm gonna say this publicly, it's disingenuous for the sheriff to say he did not know about this. It's the same plan he criticized 3 years ago. It's the same plan he has written letters about and has known about for a long time. And it's disingenuous because all the county officials know about this. And we've kept them informed from day one.
Yes, you have.
And so I just want to clarify that and put that on the record. And so I guess what I would just ask you to do is, this is something that, again, and let's even go back to look at, Sky Ranch and North Ranch. Canyon County, outside of Caldwell was growing. Ada County was growing. Caldwell was not. And again, it's because we did not have water and power and sewer and access to shovel-ready properties. It's unfortunate that, some of the developers who testified at the county aren't here tonight because they testified very openly that they would not be in Caldwell providing jobs. And again, it's not just jobs for Caldwell residents. These are people coming to Caldwell who now come to work here instead of going to work in Nampa or Boise or Meridian or someplace else. And when they come here and work, they bring dollars with them, and they eat and provide services provide dollars for, the businesses that are here and support restaurants and the movie theater and whatever else. And so I just want to clear up those misconceptions, that were brought up during asked a lot of questions, and rather than answer them one at a time, I thought I would just wait till the end. And I don't know how council will act on this. There's 5, so I will not get a vote. But I want you to know that I do support this. I've seen what it has done for Caldwell. Caldwell was not growing. Trust me, I've seen not growing versus growing, and I'll take growing anytime. Caldwell was crime-laden. It was the stepchild at the end of the county that nobody respected, and that has changed, dramatically changed. And a lot of it has to do with projects that were undertaken by urban renewal to better this community in so many ways. And so we've seen the success in Sky Ranch Business Park, and that's really what we're trying to duplicate. We've already got 1.5 million approximately feet of manufacturing out there, providing jobs. These are good paying jobs. During this time, the average household income in Caldwell has risen dramatically. And there's no question, property values have gone up, and that does contribute to taxes. There's no question about that. But this council has been very, very proactive. The levy rate has dropped from 130 mills to approximately 56 or 57 mills, over the period of time. And a lot of that has to do with all of this space that has grown in the city, not in the urban renewal agency, but the rest of the city has grown as well, adding jobs and revenue for all of Canyon County. So that's my comments. I hope I've answered your questions. I know that I probably haven't changed your minds, but I did want to at least address some of the questions that were raised and let you know my personal perspective of this. Urban renewal has forever positively changed the city of Caldwell, and I am very proud of the accomplishments urban renewal in the city of Caldwell. And so, with that, I'll let council say anything they want to, and then we'll close this public hearing.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Hopper.
I think there are a couple of other issues that came up that I think need some clarity. I heard the comments that urban renewal takes tax money from schools, and, it's not true. In fact, urban renewal will help the schools, because as industrial properties develop, the school's tax levy still applies. That is not an urban renewal, part of the increment. So the schools benefit when we can grow the urban renewal agency and get monies for the schools based on industrial valuations.
And that law was changed in 2006, is that correct, Mr. Wilkie?
2007.
So,
this is a benefit to schools, it's not a decrement for the schools. I've heard a lot of people talk about, we need tax relief. And I don't disagree, we need tax relief, but you have to understand that urban renewal isn't causing your tax increases. The city of Caldwell's budget is limited in increase year over year to 3%. When you see more than a 3% increase in your year-to-year taxes, it's because there's a shift happening. There's a shift happening away from some properties into residential, and it's because residential properties are escalating. You know the valuations of your houses are going through the roof. The legislature needs to adjust and react to, and properly address that tip in how taxes are being paid, because it's hurting the residents, it is. But it's not because any of us are changing our budgets or asking too much, it's just a shift. And so the residents are bearing the brunt of the changes that are not being addressed by your legislation. I think those are the last thing I just want to leave is that there's very little of this urban renewal area that's in the city today. So it's not, it isn't in the city. There's nothing there to bring into the city until it develops into something meaningful and something that has economic benefit. And that's what this agency and that's what this plan will do.
Mr. Carlson.
A couple other things that I heard was that we're using general fund money in this, and that is totally not true. The increment is invested from the urban renewal district only. It does not hurt fire and police in any way, because they already protect this property. And so, whether it's developed or not, they're still having to protect that. They will receive the benefit, such as next year, when that tax increment comes in. They will have a large boost. It will depend on what the new council and the new mayor decide to do with that. But the urban renewal itself does not affect them in any way.
Mr. Wagner?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Make sure I get my button on there. I appreciate Mr. Hopper's comment. That's one thing that I noticed, that I wanted to add was with the school, driving the schools, that does pass through, to the schools. And so not only does it not hurt them, I agree 100% that actually will help them as you get those projects coming out there. And, we appreciate the comments very much. I know I appreciate the comments very much. It's nice to see this room full. That does not happen very often, if ever. And so it's great to have so much public participation, coming out and expressing, your concerns and your desires, and we appreciate that. We do take that into consideration. We don't take these matters, lightly. We want to do our job is to do what is best for not only for Caldwell today, but for the future of Caldwell, in many aspects. And we do the best that we can on that, in the decisions that we make. And I know there's a lot of talk too about, this seems very rushed, and I would echo the sentiments of the mayor and, Mr. Hopper and Mr. Carlson. But this has been in process for multiple years. We discussed this 2 years ago and submitted it to the county. It was returned to us to improve it, and I think we have, in that regard. And so this has not been, a rush process, whatsoever. This has been being looked at, even as Mr. Dittenber said, even back to 2011, 2012. And so it has been looked at many, many times, many notices. I know I sit on the Urban Renewal Commission. We had this, a month ago, or so that we considered this. And I thought we'd have a lot of people there at that meeting, but unfortunately, we didn't have anybody, at that meeting. and I get it that those, you know, that those notices go out. We unfortunately can't mail notices to every citizen, in Caldwell just because of the expense, and so there's ways that we're able to notice that, and some people hear and see that, and some people don't, and that's unfortunate, but, you know, we do the best that we can in that regards, but again, this has been thought out, has been considered for some time. I know there's been thought about, you know, postponing this, but it has been, you know, postponed many, many times, and so I think the time is now to act on it. And no disrespect to those new council people that are coming in, but also I respect these gentlemen very much as well, and they have as much of a right, you know, to exercise their responsibilities and their jobs tonight as new council people will have when they get sworn in on those jobs, and so, those are the comments that I would have at this time.
Mr. Mayor, just one other comment I'd like to say too, that this has not been untransparent. Every meeting that has been held, whether it is in the city or in the county or anywhere else it's had, has been open meeting, open to the public. The public has been welcome to anyone. And if they chose not to show up, then they still carry on the business.
Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Allgood?
I'll just add my 2 cents to this thing. Depending on who you talk to, there's multiple reasons why we believe the value of your houses are going up and your taxes are going up. There was an article this week that in the Boise area, house values went up 39%. Now, that has nothing to do with Caldwell urban renewal or anything else. Idaho as a whole has been discovered. Definitely Treasure Valley has been discovered. And the migration of people moving from places that are not well governed, is what I'll say. They're coming here because this is such a wonderful place to live. I've lived here all my life. I used to take my truck out and four-wheel out there where we're talking about, you know, climbing gravel hills and stuff out there, when I was a teenager. Anyway, so if you go to the legislature will tell you that the city spent too much money and that's why your taxes are going up, and you hear other people saying the Urban Renewal Agency is running people out. I live in Caldwell, obviously, but I live in a little bit of a rural area of Caldwell, and I see my neighbors sprouting up travel trailers with family members living in it. That is an absolute reality of what's happening here. There's not any doubt about it, but I can tell you that if I thought urban renewal was taking money away from emergency services, or if urban renewal was kicking people out of their houses, I wouldn't vote for it. I have seen what urban renewal has done. I've worked for the city for 36 years, been on the council for about 6 years, and I have seen the positiveness. I guess, after all, what I'm saying here is, this whole area is just exploding, and when you see, I know my personal property, my house went up 29% this year. I don't like it. I mean, it's, you know, but I'm not pointing the fingers and saying this or that. It's this phenomenon that's happening in this area. I think we're probably the 1 or 2 fastest growing places in the United States. And so, by all means, Councilman Hopper is right. There needs to be an adjustment in taxing. Councilman Stoddard, soon-to-be Councilman Stoddard is right. There's a percentage between residential and commercial that is not correct and needs to be corrected. But urban renewal is not the cause of that. And so, anyway, that's my piece.
Thank you. And one final thing, I'd just like to thank, Brian Stender. I see him in the back of the room. You know, we threw changes at him, it seemed like daily for a little while, and his staff. Is that about right, Brian?
I lost track.
That's my point. We threw so many changes, again, trying to accommodate, you know, make sure we follow the law, accommodate the wishes of the property owners in that area. And by doing that, then we placed a burden on Mr. Stender and his staff. And yet he responded cordially and professionally. And I just want to thank Mr. Stender for extending us that courtesy as we work through this process. And please convey that to your staff if you would. Thank you. Okay, with that, we've reached everyone who's testified. Is there any final questions of staff or any final comments before we close the public hearing? If not, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
A motion by Mr. Allgood, second by Mr. Carlson to close this public hearing regarding the urban renewal plan. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. That then brings us to the companion document.
Companion
This is-
document is on page 688.
688. Thank you. This is to consider bill number 73, ordinance number 3391, approving the proposed Caldwell North Urban Renewal Area Plan with a request to waive the rules, pass it on the first reading by title only, and approve a summary for publication. This is known as ordinance number 3391, bill number 73. An ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council approving the proposed Caldwell North Urban Renewal Area Plan and making associated findings, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Carlson.
I would move that we suspend the three reading rule and consider Bill 3391, or ordinance 3391, Bill 73 on its first reading by title only.
Thank you. Is there a second? I have a motion by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Wagoner, to waive the three reading process, consider ordinance number 3391, bill number 73 on its first reading by title only. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Paulson?
Yes.
Muller? McGee?
Yes.
Alden?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The rules have been suspended. You have the bill before you.
Mr. Mayor, I will sponsor ordinance number 3391, bill number 73, move for its passage, and approve the summary for publication.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. A motion by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Allgood, to sponsor ordinance number 3391, bill number 73, move for its passage on its first reading by title only, and to approve the summary for publication. Would the clerk call the roll, please?
Paulson?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Alden?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The bill has been adopted unanimously by the Caldwell City Council and those members present. Noted that Mr. Pollard is not here, but unanimous of the 5 council members that are currently here. Again, then, Mr. Hilty, could I ask you just another question, process-wise? So again, just for the public's information and for council's information, can you please tell us now what the steps are and how this moves to enactment through the tax commission?
Certainly. So the ordinance will be published as required for all ordinances, and will also be routed tomorrow, as it indicates, December 21st, to the State Tax Commission and all the taxing districts. I think those are 2 statutory requirements. And then it will be in effect. Doug, anything to add?
I just want to make sure that was on the record, so that the process, we know, everyone will know what the process is from this point forward. Thank you, Mr. Hilty, appreciate your time. Okay, that completes item number 2. I would declare a short recess, and then we'll resume with action item number 4, which is a quasi-judicial public hearing, which is next on the new business calendar. Thank you.
We need it. I've lived my whole life. Many years, 1%,
Thank you for your patience during the short recess. We'd like to call this meeting back to order, so we can take care of the original.
I know. My taxes, right?
All right, we left off, just beginning to take up action item number 4. This is a quasi judicial public hearing, which is a little bit different from the legislative hearings, and I'll explain how that's to be held. This is, there are specific rules that govern a quasi judicial public hearing. And so if you would like to speak at this public hearing, you do need to be signed up, and we will also swear you in here in just a moment, okay? So the way the hearing goes is that we will declare the public hearing open, and then ask staff to make their presentation. Once the staff's presentation is done, then we will ask the developer or the applicant to give their testimony first. And then once the applicant has given their testimony, then all those who have signed up in favor will be called in the order in which they have signed up. Then those who have signed up with questions or are neutral will be called in the order in which they have signed up. And then those who have signed up in opposition will also be called in the order in which they have signed up. As you come forward and I call your name, if you please, in this case, give us your name, your address, and then acknowledge that you have been sworn in. We do need to get that on the record, if you would please do that. Of course, we go through the public testimony portion of the hearing. Everyone is given the opportunity to testify that has signed up. During that testimony, myself and the city the city attorney, make a list of evidence that's presented during the public testimony portion of the hearing, whether it's documents, council reports, sign-up sheets, things like that, that will have the basis for decision-making for the city council. Once all of the testimony is given during the public testimony portion of the hearing, then the applicant or the representative is given the opportunity for rebuttal testimony based upon the evidence and testimony given during the public testimony portion of the hearing. Once that rebuttal testimony has been given, then the council has the opportunity, if they would like, to ask questions of any person who has testified, including staff, if they have questions. At the completion of those questions, then council, if they feel like they have enough information to move forward, would close the public testimony portion of the hearing and then proceed forward with the decision-making process. What they will first do is I will present to them the evidence list that I have gathered during the public testimony portion of the hearing, and they will approve that or add to it if they feel like I've left something out. Then we go to the comprehensive plan analysis, which council renders regarding its ability to comply with the existing comprehensive plan or not. Then also we move forward with findings of fact, which is a listing of all the facts and evidence that they think is relevant. During the public testimony portion of the hearing, they will enumerate that. Then they will give a motion regarding conclusions of law. In other words, stating that we indeed have followed all the rules, regulations, and laws associated with the public hearing, and then they will render a decision based upon the evidence list, the comprehensive plan analysis, the findings of fact, the conclusions of law, and they will render a decision to either approve or deny based upon all that information. Are there any questions on that process? Okay, let's see, there is 2 quasi-judicial public hearings, item number 4 and also item number 5. So if you're going to speak to either one of those public hearings, would you please stand, raise your right hand, and the clerk will swear you in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you provide this evening is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, thank you. You've all been sworn in. So with that, again, as you come forward, acknowledge you've been sworn in, and away we go, all right? So I will declare this public hearing open. This is known as case number ANN 21-000008. SUB 21-000014, request by NV5 on behalf of Teresa Wagers, I'm sorry, Revocable Family Trust for an annexation with a zone designation of R2 medium density residential of parcel R30970, 39.44 acres, and a preliminary plat for Wagers Acres. Subdivision, a phased development consisting of 107 single-family residential lots with an average lot size of 8,669 square feet and 11 common lots. The subject property is located on the southeast corner of Midway and East Homedale Roads at 5202 Homedale Road in Caldwell, Idaho. So I'll declare that public hearing open and ask for staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Debbie Root, Senior Planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, and I have been sworn. As indicated, tonight we are here to consider an annexation and a preliminary plat application for a development called Wagers Acres subdivision. This property lies on the boundaries of the, of Caldwell's impact area and adjacent to Nampa City's impact area and Nampa City. The property is identified as medium density residential on the comprehensive plan map. The application for development is compliance with that. Their request for annexation as R2 medium density residential is consistent with the designation on the comprehensive plan. Their development, actually, the average lot size being over 8,000 square feet is more consistent with an R1 low density residential zoning district, but it is a nice development. We've had conversations with the city of Nampa and the developer, and gone through a number of iterations of this preliminary plat, with connecting roadways, through roadways, whether or not a portion of the property should be annexed to the city of Nampa, whether or not the city of Caldwell should annex the adjacent properties that this developer is also contemplating development or has applications with the city of Nampa. And this is the end result of those conversations over months of time here. And the property is approximately 39.44 acres, being requested, as indicated, to be annexed as medium density residential. The plat will consist of 107 residential lots with a gross density of 2.75 units per acre, and they could have 4 units per acre, so it is actually a development that is well planned, takes into consideration the waterway that runs through it. There are right-of-way dedications, a lot of road frontage on this, in this development. The plan is, the request is consistent with multiple goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. The open space exceeds the required open space of 8%. There are landscaping and pathways through the development. There will be one property in the northeast corner that will access to Homedale Road directly. And that has been approved through the engineering department. That property's in existence and has taken access at that location for a long time. There's no point in building a bridge across the waterway that separates that corner from the rest of the properties there. Staff is recommending approval of this application as conditioned, and I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Root. Any questions from council? I do have a question, and maybe it's not for you, but it's not for the developer, or maybe it is for the developer, I mean. This is really an R1 division as far as lot sizes, a lot of the amenities. So is there a reason that it was requested to be R2 rather than R1 that I'm not seeing?
There have been, quite a number of iterations of configurations and development of the roadways and different things throughout this development. I believe there are lots that are under the 8,000 square foot, which would force it to, comply into that R2 zoning. So there's a variety of lot sizes throughout the development, but it's not a straight R2 type of development.
Or rather, a straight R1 type of development?
Right, well, it wouldn't comply with R1 the way it fits.
Okay, I just noticed the average lot size and it
Yeah.
just raised that question, so. Thank you, any other questions for Ms. Root?
Mr. Mayor, I'm just curious, do we have a, zone map on what the adjacent zoning looks like?
Mr. Mayor, Council, I'll bring that up.
I don't think I saw one in the packet.
Yeah, it should be on, so page, well, actually, even on the top page, there's, some commercial zoning to the north of this, and then a little bit of R1, but it's primarily surrounded by the county jurisdiction properties, so agriculture, rural, residential.
And do we know what the Napa density is looking like on that application?
A little bit larger lots, I don't know whether it's RS2 or RS22, or whatever they do there, but they are about 8,000, 9,000 square foot lots is what I saw on the adjacent plans. Other than the existing acreages that are there in the county jurisdiction.
Mr. Mayor? Thank you, Mr. Wagner. And just real quick, and this also for the developer to answer, but with the regards of the zoning of the R2, I know there's additional uses that somebody could do. Let's say somebody buys a home, they want to do duplex, that's allowed in an R2 zone, if I'm not mistaken. So I guess, could we add a condition, would the developer be, opposed to a condition stating that they comply with the allowed uses of the R1 zone compared to the R2?
Okay, that would be, a good option to consider.
Okay, other questions for Ms. Root? All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, the applicant's representative is Bonnie Layton.
Good evening, everyone. I am Bonnie Layton. I'm with NB5. I'm a senior planner representing the wagers this evening. My address is 690 South Industry Way in Meridian, Suite 10, 83642. Yes, I have been sworn in.
Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you all for being here this evening. I'll try to flip through this pretty quickly. Hopefully it'll go not as long as the last couple of items on your agenda. But Mayor Nancolas, it's nice to see you this evening, and I realize this is one of your last public hearings. So what a great career you've had, a lot of progress in the city. I really enjoyed the discussion tonight about the Urban Renewal Agency. I think you guys have done some really wonderful things in Caldwell, and so it's been fantastic watching the progress. And so hats off to you and the rest of the council for your efforts.
Thank you. And do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
I do.
Okay, for the record, I will label the Bonnie Layton PowerPoint presentation CC 1000.
He warned me that it might be a little goofy. And I'll touch on some of those questions that you asked. So again, I want to thank you this evening. We believe that we've brought forward tonight a project that is consistent with the comprehensive plan and the zoning designation for the city of Caldwell. And on behalf of the entire family, I'm here tonight to request your approval for annexation and zoning of the Wagers Acres subdivision. So, this first side is the vicinity map. This is roughly a 40-acre parcel that's at the southeast corner of Homedale Road and Midway. As you know, it's less than a half mile off of Cleveland Boulevard, which has a fully signalized intersection. And then, our plans, what you would have seen in your packet is, we've worked a lot with the city of, staff to make sure that we account for enough right-of-way to, hold back for the road, the frontage improvements, along with accommodating either a roundabout solution for that intersection or some sort of signalized. I think Brent will get, more into that. As you know, Midway is classified as a collector from Cleveland to Karcher, and Homedale is a minor arterial. So, and I think, well, just looking at the functional street, classification map. No, actually, I'm gonna stick. There we go. Now, this is gonna be difficult. So as Deb had touched on, so the 40-acre parcel is the one in red. The Wagers family actually owns, this is a unique situation for us. They came to me and they said, we want to do a development like London Park, which is just, a little bit to the southeast of this, it's off of Moss Lane, a successful subdivision in your city. And they said, we've got this property. Well, when I looked at the map, part of it was in the Caldwell area of impact and part of it was in the Nampa area of impact. And so, in looking at servicing the site, did it make sense to maybe annex all of their property into one city or another? And so we had a number of conversations with the city of Caldwell, with the city of Nampa. The two city staff met together without us. We all met, so there was a lot of back and forth on what would be the best solution for this to bring this forward in a way that was consistent that both cities could handle. And so through the revisions, we said, fine, everything that's in the Caldwell area of impact will go to Caldwell, and everything that's in the Nampa area of impact, which Brent, if you want to pan down a little bit. So there's a kind of, yep, right there. So there's kind of a triangular piece, and right there, and then the next parcel over, and then down on, right there, that open field there with Mrs. Wager's house in the southeast corner. So it's kind of, steps across. So anyways, in working through the site, like I said, with staff, we've developed, the plan that you have before you this evening. So a little bit of those questions. So the existing, and surrounding, conditions of the site. Obviously, this is a future land use map designation as medium density residential. It's adjacent to, properties that are already annexed into the city. You can see that there's some zoning future land use map designations with commercial, residential, and again, we're bumping up to the Nampa area of impact. I mentioned the right-of-way designations that we would be giving, and improving our frontage from Midway Road and Homedale Road, which are consistent with the city standards for those roadway sections, which will enhance, both pedestrian and vehicular, safety in that area. Currently, right now, the conditions are limited shoulder on the road, and then it goes right into the field. So we believe that that'll, help to provide, pedestrian and, vehicular, safety. Water and wastewater service lines are available for connection, and they have capacity to serve. The wastewater is down Homedale. I think they're both down Homedale, if I'm not mistaken. And we've worked with city staff to make sure that the design of our subdivision could accommodate, connecting into those services. So the project details, we're almost 40 acres, 39.44 acres, 107 single-family home sites with 11 common lots. We really tried to, respond to staff's questions and comments about the design of the site, which included adding a connection from the north side of the lateral to the south side. Initially, those two parts of the subdivision were not connected, so we connected those. Staff also requested that we not provide step streets to the adjacent parcels. So that's why you see, the two cul-de-sacs in the southeast corner. To the east of us is the Nampa area of impact, and staff felt like they didn't want to have us connecting into Nampa there, and same with on the south. On the south, side of the, subdivision, what we've done is placed a common lot along there. Just below that is, you can see West Meeker Avenue. That's an avenue that was part of, original county subdivision that's to the south of us. We tried to be sensitive to how we were transitioning, understanding that there's Meeker Avenue, so it'll have a nice landscape buffer, that will help buffer our subdivision from the previous one. On the Nampa side of things, which I don't have the slide up here, in the design of those lots, we took that into consideration too, in terms of how we were backing up to an existing county subdivision. As Deb mentioned, we're 2.75 dwelling units per acre. We're over the required, open space. We've got pathways and amenities. To Mr. Wagner's question about duplexes, we would agree, we're fine with the condition of approval, these would not be duplex homes. Just quick, when I mentioned London Park, these are pictures of homes in London Park that were built just within the last 3-4 years. I actually know some fine builders that built, some of these homes here, great looking subdivision, and that is really what the Wagers family was looking for when they came to me. They said, you know, we watched this project go in, we think it's raised the bar in the area, for new development, and we'd really like to see that be part of, what we do here, to leave a good legacy. Phasing, we're planning, preliminarily, kind of a 3-phase, project, kind of evenly, split the number of lots, 39 lots in phase 1, 26 in phase 2, and 42 in phase 3. And, let's see. So, appreciate your time tonight. The Wagers family has actually owned this property since 1937. So, we've heard a lot about growth and development tonight. I think that they could attest, there wasn't a whole lot out there, and development has grown up around, given its relationship to, let's see, you can see where we've sketched in the roundabout at the intersection of Homedale and Midway. Given where it is in relationship to other development and the fact that these are fairly primary roads, we think that this is a great time for this project to come forward, and really fits into the community nicely. It'll help finish out that corner, and with the growth and development that's happened, of course, keeping it a farm is just not really an economically viable situation. So, we really appreciate your time this evening. I think we've, brought a great project, and if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
I have one quick question for you.
Sure.
So those renderings are renderings of homes in the neighboring subdivisions, is that correct?
That is correct. Those are pictures that I actually went and took of homes that were in London Park, and that was the central focus of my discussion with my clients, is they wanted to have lots that could accommodate homes like this.
Okay, so again, just to be clear, you don't have any, you know, sometimes when we get a proposed subdivision, we'll have, in their packet, they'll have proposed types of homes and whatever that are gonna be there, so you're using this as the type, is that correct?
That is correct,
Okay,
Mr. Mayor.
I just wanna make sure I understood, I didn't wanna.
Yes.
Beautiful homes.
Yes, yeah, I mean, it's a great subdivision. Obviously, I was out there the other day, but watched it go in over the course of, several months, well, a year and a half, I guess, but.
Do you happen to know the average lot size of this subdivision you're showing right now?
I don't happen to know that. I know that I know that some of the homes that are in there would fit on some of the lots, so, but I don't know the average lot size.
No problem, just, thank you. Mr. Wagner?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. What is the minimum lot size in your proposed subdivision?
Our minimum lot size was just, let me pull that up. You had to give me the tough one.
That's right.
On my, I didn't bring up the sheet with the, and that just shows the DU per acre.
So while you're looking at it, the reason I ask is the code actually does allow for reduction of up to 10% of the lot size as long as you meet the densities. And I know that was added for instances like this, so that would allow you to go down to 7,200. So as long as you're not below 7,200 on your minimum, you actually could have been R1. Now, the reason that was added was so that you don't get, like an R2, so you can have a few of these smaller lots, which I get, you want a little variety on that, and I think that makes a better product, but it's not just all 8,000 square feet lots. You can have a few 7,500, and then you make up for that for some 9,000. And so, just for future reference, if you do other subdivisions in this area, you do get it's a 10%, so you can reduce it up to 10% as long as your minimum densities are not, your minimum, what's the word I'm looking for?
Your minimum lot size.
Still adequate.
Yeah, yep, as long as your density is adequate, so it allows you some variance there. So that's in, and I thought so, so I looked up to make sure, so it's in, 10-02-03, note 7 is where it's at, A7, so, just for future reference.
I appreciate that. Do you have it on the plat there? It should show it. I apologize, I didn't bring that up with me at the podium. I thought we had quoted our minimum lot size on there.
In the staff report, it shows average lot size of 8669, but I didn't see in the staff report a minimum lot size either.
Yeah, I can maybe, dig through my notes and get back to you. What's that? 6633, says my engineer. Yeah, so hopefully that answers that question. Are there any additional questions?
Any questions for Ms. Knighton? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Robert Inman?
Hello, my name's Robert Inman, 495, East Fox Bay, Kuna, Idaho.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for your time tonight. I'm Teresa Wager's grandson. I always wanted to come up here, I haven't spoken to any yet, and I wanted to come up and just speak on this. I've kind of gotten scoffed and laughed at my family legacy and leaving a neighborhood behind, and I get that. But I kind of want to talk about, my family moved here in 1937. My great-grandfather, my grandfather, my dad, myself, and now my 13-year-old son have all worked irrigation on a field, for a lot of years. We've taken care of it. We still take care of it today. We use a corporate farmer, not because we make money. I'm sure you guys have seen the math on what corporate farmers make on small lots like this. Pretty much covers property taxes. We do that because my family has a ton of pride in this property. We didn't want to get dilapidated. We could have let it just sit there. We've had a ton of pride. I'm the only grandson that lives on this side of the country and that's left, and my son. It's not even feasible to take care of it. Obviously, you heard my address, I live in Kuna now. Other family members live up. We still drive out there, we still irrigate on the weekends in the summer. My grandparents were extremely involved in the city. And when we first planned it, what we wanted was, what do we want to do with the project and what do we want it to look like? We weren't talking about homes, we didn't know yet. So we looked up what you guys had put in a comprehensive study. They said, what does the city need? What do they want? Homes is the one thing that came. homes is the one thing that fits this piece of property extremely well. It's really not used for anything else. And I get that people don't want crowd coming in. I get that. I'm only 33 years and I've seen more change in this entire valley than most people see in 70 years in other cities. So I get that. There's really only one use for this piece of property, and this is pretty much it. We don't want it to be, you know, a cheap neighborhood that gets run down in a few years. We want it to be a proud neighborhood in 20, 30 years. When every single field you see on that map will be homes or commercial. We all know that. So I just really wanted to get up here and share that with you guys, so you know, where our family is with it. Like I said, it's not easy for us to get rid of it. You know, it's starting to show its age again, because we haven't been out there as much recently. And that crushes us, so we really wanna get this project going, so that it's not an eyesore for the community. Right now, I have to drive out there just to keep homeless people and criminals out of our houses out there. That's what it has become right now. And so this project is our legacy. This is what we're gonna leave behind, and it's what the city is asked to do with this project and this piece of land. So we'd like to fulfill that. We worked with MB5 just to get exactly what you guys would have wanted. We have literally followed everything to the T to make it as easy as possible for you guys, to make this project happen. Because that's what it was asked for on that. So, with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Inman. Questions? Mr. Mayor, Mr. Wagner? Not really a question, just, I want to say thank you for coming. We obviously the developers and their applicants come, but we don't see the property owners come and speak, and so I just want to say thanks for coming out from CUNA tonight. I know that means a lot to me, and for your work, and you have every right to, you know, develop as you see fit, and according, obviously, by the city council, I just wanted to say thank you for coming out and sharing that with us, so.
And come out often and see the lights and spend money.
Hey, your lights look great.
Thank you. I'm sorry, was there another question? Oh, I apologize, thank you, sir. Okay. That completes those who have signed up in favor. There's one who has signed up with questions or discussion, Ruth Hopkins.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Ruth Hopkins. I've been sworn in. I live at 16654 Portner Road, Nampa.
Welcome.
Thank you. And, well, what we're concerned about is, Portner Road. It's a very narrow road. It's not maintained well. We've tried, Nampa to maintain it. We've tried Caldwell to maintain it. It has been a hassle trying to get anyone out there to fix, chuck holes, potholes, whatever you wanna call them. The sides of the road are sloughing off. What I'm seeing is we're gonna have a whole lot more traffic on that road. We were told when this all started that there was not gonna be any access from these housing areas. You know, there's one on the east side of Portner, one on the west side of Portner. We were told there was not gonna be any access onto Portner Road from these, housing areas. And then we're told here lately, there's gonna be, access on both sides of Portner Road. And so, you know, I'm looking at, you know, if there's 173 houses going in, if there's a couple, and they're each driving a car to work and back, and then they have a teenage kid, one, there's gonna be 519 cars on the road every day. And so, it's, you know, a little bit overwhelming if they're all gonna be going down Portner Road. Plus more school buses.
I apologize, just for a second, I'm gonna just interrupt you for just a second. Brent, I'm not seeing any access to Portner Road on this map, so I'm confused. I just wanna make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Okay, well, it's these little corner things, not
showing there on that map.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
this particular plat doesn't have any access to Portner Road. Portner Road is a stretch away from Caldwell's impact area, so that would be under Nampa's, development within Nampa. I don't know if there's another application possibly, because the family does own additional property up there. Looking at the map, here's Portner.
Yeah.
So see, this application ends on this line, quite a ways away. Here's Portner Lane.
Okay.
Here's where this application ends. And
Okay.
it has no connection to the east, and it has no connection to the south, only the Homedale Road and the, Midway section.
Okay, well, there is more property that is part of this, development. And evidently it is connected to Nampa and not Caldwell.
That's what I'm seeing, again, I just wanna make sure I was understanding what you were saying, I didn't mean to
Okay.
interrupt you, I apologize.
No, that's
I was
okay.
really looking for a connection to Portner Road, and I just was not seeing one, so
Okay.
I'm sorry, but go ahead with your comments.
Well, anyway, it's just, Portner Road is not gonna handle a whole bunch of more traffic than what it does already. And so, well, I'll take this up with Nampa. Thank you for letting me. I'm sorry, what?
Sir, I could say you could probably talk with the gentleman too that just spoke, and he'd probably have some good information for you also, while you're here.
Okay, all right, well, thank you.
Thank you, and I apologize for interrupting, I just wanted to make sure I was understanding what
Okay.
you were saying, and
Well-
I just didn't want to be confused, so, thank you.
Well, as I see it, it's all one big development out there.
Okay,
So this is just a little part of it.
Thank you.
Or a big part of it.
a big part of it.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you very much, and appreciate your allowing me to interrupt, just to clarify that, so thank you. Okay, then let's move to those who have signed up in opposition against. Don Gilbert?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Dan Gilbert, I live at 16933 Prairie Lanes, and I've been sworn in.
Thank you, and I apologize, I said Don, and I apologize.
It was my handwriting, I'm sure. As the young lady just addressed about the traffic, while I am concerned about Portner, because I live right off Portner, I realize that's Napa's problem. I'm more concerned about the Homedale and Midway area. If she alluded to the fact that if you're looking anywhere from 500, possibly 500 cars, you're gonna be impacting on Homedale and Midway. I don't know how many of you have driven down Midway, that stretch of Midway or Homedale, but it's not the best of condition, it's not the best road, and that intersection is a very deadly intersection. I can count 2 or 3 times a month, sitting on my back porch, looking at that intersection and seeing Caldwell Fire paramedics coming, stopping at that intersection. I know people have died at that intersection. I think before we do the plat and develop that area, we need to fix that intersection. That should be the primary thing, because it's gonna impact traffic on Midway, which is a feeder. It's gonna impact traffic on Homedale, which is an auxiliary. And it's gonna impact even on Portner and Moss, which I know is Napa's, but it's gonna impact the entire quadrant right there. That's my main concern is the traffic's already bad there, and we don't wanna make it worse. And, if four-way stop, I would prefer roundabout, but a four-way stop, traffic light, something, turn lanes, something there to alleviate that spot. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Questions from council? Mr. Orton, do you have any comment on that intersection? I know he asked a question there, and I think I saw on the preliminary plat a right-of-way, or excuse me, a roundabout right-of-way being allotted for there, but I have no idea what the timing is or how that might work, so would you be able to address that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we have had, there's been a number of concerns that have been expressed to the Traffic Commission. The Traffic Commission voted, at their most recent meeting to make this a four-way stop as an interim measure. And then we also have a study that we're cooperatively performing with Canyon Highway District that includes this intersection and other intersections on Homedale Road to evaluate whether a roundabout or a traffic signal is most appropriate. So, once that's determined, then, these guys are helping create the right of way for it, they'll also be helping, with traffic mitigation. So they'll be helping participate in the cost of creating, or in the physical action of creating intersection improvements, probably at this intersection, because it's the most prominently affected by development. So it is in the works. There's Thunderset. You should see a four-way stop being installed there within, we're just waiting for the equipment to arrive. I believe we're putting in flashers with that, just because we don't want the change in traffic pattern to create a problem.
Because midway, it doesn't stop.
Right.
That'd be a change there. That's the main concern. I think we need to get that fixed before we progress with the rest of the development. And for the record, I would be against annexation of any of that property to any city at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert. Any questions from council? Thank you, sir. Marilyn Gunderson?
My name is Marilyn Gunderson. I live at 16641 Bernie Drive, Nampa, very close to the subdivision, and I have sworn, and I've been sworn in.
Welcome.
I'm really not necessarily against the subdivision. The traffic situation is something that everybody in the neighborhood really, really worries about. And the four-way stop will help, but what it will do, it will back it up both ways. And it will help, people won't be crashing into each other as much, but I would hope that the roundabout would go in sooner than later. I don't know how long it takes to do traffic studies. But that will be, and all of the houses won't go all at once, but, it's gonna be a lot of traffic, a lot of homes with many, many cars. And it's gonna impact our schools, and as you know, none of the impact fees go to the schools, so it just keeps, keeping on the tax burden. And, that's something, I believe in schools, I always vote for levies. But it gets harder and harder to meet those needs. And, something I've said for a long, long time is that just because you've got room doesn't mean you'll always have water. That's something that we all need to take into consideration. I just think that we need to, develop responsibly to help save the things that make us live here, and people that want to live here want to come. So I would hope that you would take that into consideration, and that you would do that for the people that live here and the people that want to live here, if you would do that for us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Gunderson. Any questions for Ms. Gunderson? Thank you. Lori Hardin?
Hello, I'm Lori Hardin, 11947 Bonnie Lane, Napa, and I have been sworn in.
Welcome.
Yes, the traffic is one of the big issues, and from my understanding at one of the other meetings, they're talking about a roundabout in 3 to 5 years because the money's not there. They've been collecting impact fees, they're gonna be collecting more. I don't know if there's a budget and what they project for this roundabout, or if it's ever gonna really happen. Also, I talked to people in other areas, and they bike ride in their cities, and I don't see where we're biker friendly. Every subdivision that is being put in is only accessed by vehicles, so it's making the traffic worse. There's no way to walk safely and ride bikes out of these subdivisions that you're building. And talking about the schools too. The schools are already at capacity. If we bring in more people with more students, is there enough teachers, sufficient classroom and supplies for the current students and the potential students that you're bringing in? Oh, and one of my questions was too on the map, I think it's around page 712. I couldn't see the lot size when I tried to zoom in. That was one of my questions, is this not just the average size? but the smallest and the largest are the buildable lots, not just all the lots that are in there. Because those are big houses that she was showing in the picture, and we don't want to see a subdivision right next to us with real small houses and a small tract that's not gonna be very attractive. And the water has been an issue for a lot of the wells around the valley. We're on wells in the subdivision that we're in. We're concerned about our water, even though they're tapping into the city water and the sewer. When you start building and putting roads and blacktops in, the runoff is gonna be going into the ground that it has been over the years. Sorry, I was trying not to cover some of the things, but, and if you look at some of the comments from the planning and zoning, I think that's page 699 through 704, you'll see the comments from the prior meetings, so don't wanna repeat a lot of that. But by approving the subdivisions, will it change the quality of life of the surrounding neighborhood or the current residents in the city of Caldwell for any better or worse, for approving more growth and more traffic? And, back to the intersection, there, even a couple nights ago, there was 2 accidents in one night at that intersection. And people do run the stop signs, you get so many cars backed up, it becomes very unsafe. Covered the water. Is there any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Okay.
Brent, I don't know if you might be able to address a couple questions, or maybe Ms. Layton can, as far as timing and things that, Mr. Orton is our Public Works Director, who, knows a lot about roads and streets and projects that are going on, so I'll defer to him on that question.
I talked on the phone with someone, I'm not sure who it was.
So, to answer a couple questions, at this point in time, Caldwell does not use impact fees. We have not enacted impact fees for traffic, but Nampa has, so I'm guessing that's probably from the Nampa side of things. But the developers do participate in traffic mitigation by actually building improvements unless they opt to participate only continuously. They can do either one option. In terms of how long it will take to build the intersection, our corridor study will be done in a matter of months. So we'll know whether a roundabout or a traffic signal is gonna be most appropriate there. And some of the things that factor into that is, if you're close to another traffic signal, you try to keep, if you're gonna do a corridor and it has a roundabout on it, you wanna stick with roundabouts for a while, you know, because roundabouts and traffic signals process traffic
I'd rather
differently.
say roundabout than light.
Me too, honestly. I think they're great, but, they're very safe, you know, the accidents that occur are very minor. Anyway, I'll stop myself from talking about how great the roundabouts are. In terms of wells, generally the wells are tapping into different aquifers than domestic wells. Domestic wells are usually drilled as shallow as they can be and still get a good quality water. You know, anything from 60 pp to 250 pp, 300 pp. The domestic wells are typically quite a bit deeper than that. But there is a system for that too. There's the priority system, right? So if you have a water right and your water right is damaged, you know, your well is impaired because of another use, then you do have the right under the laws of the state of Idaho to ask for a call on users that have a junior water right to that, and to have that damage mitigated. I don't think that you would experience that here. Our wells that would supply this area are quite a ways away from where you're at, and they're also down gradient in the aquifer. The aquifer is filling from the east in this area and traveling down for the San Gilles aquifer, and most of the aquifers are a number, right?
I think there's 3 of them that they're tapping in.
Probably like 20.
Okay, but I heard there's 3 main ones.
Yeah,
So you
that-
were done on the 3
probably
aquifers, so.
Yeah, I think you're right there. So, anyway, so I think you'll be okay. In fact, it's probably better, right? If this was developed at a lower density, but everyone drilled their own well, you'd have a much higher risk, to your well than if it was served by city water with wells that are further away, I believe, so. Anyway, I hope I answered the question. Storm drain treatment is required, so the storm drain system, the city is subject to a national pollutant discharge elimination system permit for stormwater. And so we've got to require development to treat your stormwater. And they're gonna be doing that either through first sedimentation, something to remove sand and grease, and sediment, and then secondly by, either a detention pond or something that's going to clean that. Another thing, of course, to remember is the soil is a very hostile place for pathogens. Things we get a lot of treatment as water seeps through, which is why septic systems work, right? So, hope I answered questions.
I think so.
No. You see why I didn't try to answer that question?
Well, I do have a lot of questions, probably more, so, okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Oh, Mayor, just real quick too, she's up here in front for you, so, and just for understanding, so Homedale Road and Midway Road will both be improved, widening, curb gutter, sidewalk, and the roundabouts in the future, but if I'm not mistaken, and Brent, you can correct me, there will be, it appears, a northbound right-hand turn lane built in the interim, is that correct, at that intersection of Homedale and Midway?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Wagner, I'll look at the traffic study, I don't know, I'm sorry for not knowing that off the top.
Is this traffic study gonna be done current, or like, kind of soon, or after all the building's done? Because there's a lot of building in the area that's already approved, and we haven't seen those cars on the road yet.
It's an important question, Mr. Mayor, with your permission. So the traffic study for the development, there's two traffic studies that we're talking about, I apologize. There's a traffic study for the development, which is already complete, and so we use that to help guide us into what conditions should be imposed on the development to mitigate the traffic that's generated. And then second study that we've been talking about is one that Canyon Highway District Number 4 and the city of Caldwell have hired done that will analyze the Homedale corridor. So that study's already done, and we do know the traffic that will be generated by this development, and we have a recommendation for mitigation. So I can try to find an answer to that question, and I'm sorry that I don't know.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other questions for Ms. Harden? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Tim Elm? Evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Tim Elm. I live at 16877 Prairie Lane in Nampa, and I've been sworn in. Welcome, sir. So, I do have some concerns about this. I'm really opposed to having this development done. I don't blame the Wagers for wanting to sell their property and make some money on it. I mean, it's a good time to do that. But I don't see that it really benefits us in the long run, because you're bringing more houses into the area. These houses are gonna be, $500,000 and up, and the people that are gonna be buying these houses are gonna be more out-of-staters moving in. They're really not gonna be of any use to our younger generation or lower-income people in this area that can't afford a house. So I don't see how this benefits us in that way. The other concern I have is with the increased traffic, and I've talked to all my neighbors about this, and they all agree, traffic in the valley and this Canyon County area especially is a big, big issue with everybody, because gridlock at Karcher Interchange is just getting insane. Try to get down the boulevard is insane. You approve this development, there's gonna be 107 homes, that's gonna be another, 214 cars, that's gonna be feeding into Midway, to Homedale, onto the boulevard, going to the Karcher Interchange, trying to get on the freeway. And I haven't seen anything from anybody, how this problem's gonna be fixed. What are they gonna do to solve the traffic problem in this area? Because what I'm seeing is growth in Canyon County and Aiken County both is just exploding. To me, it just appears to be totally out of control. They're building houses faster than you can expand the roads and build infrastructure and all that stuff, and, it cuts into our quality of life here. I've been living here in Nampa for 25 years, I've lived in Caldwell since 1957. My mom and dad moved here, and I grew up in Garden City. My dad was the mayor of Garden City in the 70s, so I've been around Idaho for a long time, and I've seen it change tremendously. So the growth concerns me a lot. It's really diminishing our quality of life. It's creating too much traffic. It's bringing more problems into the area. And the other thing that I brought up at the planning and zoning meeting that concerns me too in this area, that the Treasure Valley was created back in around 1900s when they started building dams and canals, ditches, bringing water to the desert, turned it into farms. We've got some of the richest farmland in the country here, and the infrastructure is there to keep these farms going. And these farms are gonna be needed for our future generations, and I really don't like to see them all being just paved over and covered with houses. And I think there needs to be some forward thinking on the part of our
leaders and stuff and say, hey, you know, we need to preserve our farms, because they're gonna be needed for our future generations. Our kids and grandkids and great-grandkids need to eat too, and we need these farms. These farms produce, food and products that are marketed, they benefit our economy. We have Simplot out here, and we have all these other businesses that rely on agricultural products. Amalgamated sugar, they need that stuff, you know, and I understand you need some development in cities to keep things moving forward and growing, but it needs to be slower, it needs to be more controlled, and need to think of alternatives on how to deal with this stuff and preserve what we have. You know, I've suggested that maybe building homes and businesses on the periphery of our valley, you know, in the foothills or in the desert where this land is not suitable for agricultural, and preserve it for the future. So that's my concerns, and just wanted to let you know that. And I also like to commend you on what you've done down here on Indian Creek. The improvements you've made in Caldwell are tremendous, and I really do enjoy the Christmas lights. They're awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions for Mr. Elm? Thank you, sir. Pat, Brian?
Hi, my name's Pat Bryan. I live at 11965 West Meeker Avenue in Nampa. I'd like to see the map back up that had the lots on it, please.
Sure. And have you been sworn in, sir?
As they divided them up.
And just real quick, have you been sworn in, sir?
Yes, I have.
Okay,
Sorry
thank you.
about that.
No problem. Just want to get that on the
Okay.
record. Thank you. I think he wants to see the plat. There you go.
Then everybody talks about the Midway and Homedale intersection, then these people draw up a map of where they wanna put it, and they wanna dump the traffic onto the worst corner in the valley. You know, they should move it down closer to the boulevard so they can get traffic out of there. You know, I'm not just worried about their development of the subdivision coming, it's gonna come, the Wagers have that right, Bob or Leonard, either one. Probably wouldn't do it if they were alive, but they're gone. But I would say if they're gonna have to, Homedale's worse than Midway by a long ways, but Midway is a drag strip. I don't know how many times I've called the county to come out and put a cop out there just to slow them down. And so they're gonna throw another one there halfway in between. And we had 2 accidents there Saturday night, one at 9 o'clock, one at 10 o'clock, an hour apart. Right there at Midway in the corner, at Homedale. So, you know, it was quiet for a few weeks, but, like I say, the improvements for the road are way too small for what they wanna do in there. And the lots look like they're smaller than the lot I'm on even. And if they go over and look at London Park, your houses are not 10 feet apart. They built a little bit bigger lots and they spread the houses out. You know, so this looks to me like they're just gonna be stacked on top of each other. And like I say, this one doesn't involve us as much as the other half of it does, but still, like I say, they gotta get the traffic out of there. They want 500 cars in there. It's gonna make a big difference. I've been there on that same house for 40 years, so I've seen a lot of it. I've seen their milking operation go to leasing the farmland out, different farmers to farm it for them. It'd be nice to see it all go, but it's gonna happen. But, do something with the traffic. I would say, from what I've judged, the roundabout would be the fastest, bestest way, and that would be my best, if they put that in first, and then they'd have their subdivision, otherwise I'm against it. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Any questions from council for Mr. Bryant? Thank you, sir. Laura Fry?
Hi, thank you. My name is Laura Fry. I live at 16898 Portner Road. That is a Nampa address, so I live in the county.
So, first thing I wanted to say was that, for the low density that lives on Portner Road and in the Bernie subdivision and on Moss Lane, we have a big turnout of people from that residential area. We don't have very many people living there, but you notice how many people who are here tonight in opposition of this. That's significant. That's a lot of the people who actually live in this area talking to you tonight. I wanted to suggest, I remember the question being asked of the developer about the London Park lot sizes, and a quick Google search, I was able to find out that they are 0.25 to 0.44 acres in size in the London Park subdivision. And just the neighboring to the south of this part of the development, the Bernie subdivision, which is a county subdivision, the lot sizes are 0.4 acres. So these, when you look at 8,669 square feet as the average size, those are 0.199, so roughly 0.2. So we're talking about a much smaller lot size than any of the surrounding areas. I want to suggest that this should be zoned to R1 as it's annexed. I don't see us opposing and being successful in not getting this annexed into the city. But this should be R1 because we do want it to remain a low-density residential area. The neighbors here, we're all in agreement on that we would like to see homes with lot sizes that are half to an acre or even more, because the lot that I live on is 1.3 acres. I live on Portner Road, and most of the people on Portner and on Prairie Lane and such, they all have 1+ size acre lots. So this is really not fitting with what's around it, and that's one of the big points I wanted to make. Also, I wanted to talk about the comprehensive plan that was mentioned. Just reading from the objective of the comprehensive plan, it says people moving into Canyon County expect to find suitable roads, emergency services, schools, and a variety of places to live, work, and recreate. Residents of the county desire to maintain a good quality of life and improve the efficiency of transportation, school, business, and recreational services. And I want to submit to you that this is not improving any of those things as mentioned in the comprehensive plan objectives. I want to just implore you to send this back to planning and zoning. Tell them we need this to be zoned R1, we want larger lots. And that's what I have for you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fry. Any questions from council?
Also, for the record, I forgot to say I was sworn in, I believe.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry,
was sworn in.
I thought you said that, but I don't.
Maybe I did.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Thank you.
Anyway, you did well, thank you. And finally, Ben Bockelman?
My name is Ben Bachman, I also live at 1689, Portner Road in Nampa, in the county. I have been sworn in. And what I wanted to say was, thank you. What I wanted to say was, lots of people talk about traffic, people talk about Portner Road. I wanted to know why this, subdivision that's in Caldwell, and the adjacent Nampa subdivision, and some people here have talked about, from the public, why they can't be connected, the roads can't be connected, because Midway and Homedale, have, two bidirectional traffic, whereas Portner Road, if they can't be connected, then the developer is forced to provide access to Portner Road on the west side of Portner Road. They're doing the east and the west, but on the west side, they can't connect in through Caldwell to either Homedale or to, Midway, and the problem with that, I took some pictures here. There's actually a school bus stop on Portner Road, public school bus, but this is a FedEx, but I was wondering if I could, I don't have the PowerPoint thing, but if I could just show you guys just how wide the road is, because the problem is that, like, when the school bus comes by.
If you could email them to Mr. Horton?
Oh, sure.
Or text them, or?
But the problem is, it's not just so much traffic on Portland Road, but, when a big vehicle's coming by, or even a medium-sized, a truck or something like that is coming by, if there's just one, like it is right now, maybe you look down, it's a half-mile road, you look down the road, you might see one vehicle, maybe two at a time going through. But when you start having a lot of cars, it's gonna be impossible to go around. So basically, traffic will go in one direction only, and if you need to go the other way, you can't. You'll be stuck, and like when the school bus comes through, the school bus is not gonna be able to stop, it won't be able to get to the stop to drop the kids off. It's gonna create a bi-directional problem, because the road is just not very wide. So, I was just curious why, because when I went to the Nampa zoning commission meeting, the developer said that, the two cities decided it was not a good idea to have the two, portions of the subdivision connecting, the roads, the internal roads. But I was wondering just why is that? Because it creates problems for Portland Road.
First, for the record, the photos that are being sent to Mr. Horton will be labeled CC 1001 for the record. And then, maybe Frank, you might take a stab. Again, I don't know the answer to why they don't connect. I'll turn that over to maybe the developer can speak to that, in her rebuttal comments as well. But I don't know if you have any answers, Mr. Horton. Yes.
I'm really confused because this particular subdivision only goes to Homedale and it goes to Midway, but it doesn't affect Portner in any way, so I don't understand where the situation is.
Sure. So if you could, whoever's controlling that, scroll down a little bit, the Wager property extends down kind of, as the developer was saying, it kind of just goes diagonal down like that. And so part of it, yes, is in Caldwell, but the developer at the Nampa zoning commission, meeting said that, the two cities decided that they were internally gonna allow it to connect. And so the Nampa portion on the west side of Portner the only access road it has is Portner. So it's gonna be forced in, rather than diverting traffic towards Midway or Homedale, it has to go towards Portner because the city made that choice. That's the connection.
That's an issue with Nampa then.
Well, it's an issue with both cities.
Yeah.
It's an issue with both cities. Why will Caldwell not cooperate and allow the developer to connect those out to the roads that are bigger?
Mr. Orton, do you have any stab at that? If not, we can maybe see if Ms. Layton.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know what our team and the Nampa team came up with working together on this. They may have some good reasons, but I'm afraid I can't tell you, I'm sorry.
So maybe Ms. Layton can address that. I apologize, I don't have an answer. And then you have the photos available to bring up that he presented, Mr. Orton?
They haven't come in yet, and I entered the email address, so if it's wrong, it's on me. You got another way to do it.
Which is put you on pause for just a second, while we get the technology side of it worked out here.
You banjo music.
Is it just not loading because of the size of the photo, or is
It may have gone to the city filter because we've never exchanged emails before, Mayor, I'm sorry. That could be. Yeah.
Mr. Orton's hand is not part of the exhibit, but the picture is.
Let's check that out.
Yeah, we got bigger problems.
Look at that road.
So, like these pictures show, when a vehicle comes through there, if you have a lot of cars, that's it, road blocked.
And again, I apologize, which street is this, sir?
This is Portner Road, and this is looking, roughly north towards Homedale.
No, this is looking south.
Oh, is this south?
This is south, yeah.
Oh, my mistake then. Are you sure?
Looking south.
Oh, yeah,
On
this
the
is
north-
looking south, you're
on
right,
the north
toward, Moss, that's correct.
So the vehicle is facing north.
Yeah, north, yes, the vehicle, yeah.
Vehicle facing north, yes.
So, Mr. Orton, I'm assuming that Portner Road is under Canyon Highway District jurisdiction, not any city, is that right?
It would be, yes, it's Dynamic, yes. I don't know if it's subject to a cooperative agreement wherein it's got separate maintenance responsibility, but the ultimate responsibility lies with one highway district, probably Nampa Highway District.
But this issue here of, placing a lot of cars onto this road could be avoided just by connecting internally through the subdivision and allowing the traffic for, to go out to either Midway or Homedale or Lowell. Just connect it all the way through, so if you show that other picture that shows, they've kind of got, a dead end of the road, they could just continue that on down into Nampa, and this issue wouldn't exist.
I believe there were cul-de-sacs that sort of those roads on.
Right, so cul-de-sac could be,
Because that was requested by the city.
that's what the developer said, and they can cover that, that's what they said.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hopper.
I mean, the city of Caldwell's policy is almost always to provide stub streets and interconnectivity between subdivisions. So I'm just guessing that the objection must have come from Nampa.
Mr. Mayor?
Maybe not.
Well, let Mr. Orton answer his question first, and then we'll go you. Okay. All right, Mr. Orton, did you raise your hand and like you had an answer or something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was enlightened by our one senior planner. So, the reason for asking for the road to not be connected, because it is absolutely true, Mr. Hopper's, right, council has always been consistent about requiring sub-streets, is because of concerns about addressing. And so our mapping team was concerned about the addressing confusion that could occur with having a transition between cities on a subdivision street, on a local street.
Okay, I'm not really seeing that, but okay.
They should be using the same.
Yeah, there shouldn't have been. I mean, we have that condition in a lot of places.
Even if that was another issue, I mean, that FedEx vehicle could be an ambulance, you know, trying to get through and can't get through because there's too many cars going this way and there's no room to go around, and maybe the road would be widened, the developer said they'll widen it on their portion of Portner Road, but it's a half-mile road, they're not widening the whole route, but maybe some, part of the city or the county or some of the state, I don't know, will widen it at some point, but that doesn't solve the immediate problem, and when will that be solved? Seems like there's a responsibility to make sure the traffic can go in both directions, it's not a one lane.
Thank you, Mr. Buckles.
Thank you.
Did you have a question, Mr. Wagner? I
I
apologize.
was just gonna throw a dart out there. In my previous life as a transportation planner, if I were to look at that, and I haven't done a traffic study or looked at the traffic study, and Brent, you can say whether you agree or disagree. Traffic is like water. It's gonna take the path of least resistance. And if you connected those two, I believe the path of least resistance for the majority of those homes in the southeast portion of this proposed development are gonna go to Portner, because they're gonna most likely be headed to Nampa or headed to the freeway. So I think you'd actually see more cars coming that way than the number of cars going towards that direction. So I don't know if that was a reason, because I could see, like I said, I think the numbers would be more cars actually coming through to Portner if they were connected than the number of those cars coming from that subdivision to the other. And there's gonna be connection to Portner no matter what on those that development there just because it's a lesser classified street rather than the other. So that's just, again, my thoughts with my previous experience.
Well, I see what you're saying. To clarify what I was saying, is I was suggesting that if there was an internal connection and a division all the way through on that southeastern side, to Midway, Homedale, then you wouldn't need to dump into Fortner, which is like a one-lane road. That's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Bockelman? Thank you, sir. Okay. That concludes everyone who has signed up to speak, so we'll go back to rebuttal testimony, Ms. Layton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, for your time again this evening. I appreciate the comments that we've heard tonight. Of course, this is a growing area, an urbanizing area, and there's change that happens when that occurs. There was a lot of discussion about connections for this project to adjacent parcels. We were specifically asked by staff to eliminate those connections, so we did redesign the plat to have the two cul-de-sacs in the southeast corner. We did that at their request, and modified our plan, accordingly. The parcel, Brent, can you, go to one of your maps that shows all of the parcels? No, the property, the satellite image. There, thank you, that's the one I wanted. So, in looking at how we actually, developed this, well, initially, when we spoke with the city of Caldwell, we did a traffic impact study. But because we knew we were also developing, the other parcels that were going into Nampa, the TIS actually included all of the parcels that the Wagers family, owned, not just the 40-acre parcel. So we could have not done that, we still would have done one, and it would have just been for the 40 acres, but we said, we understand that this is all basically we made application at the same time, we just developed the site, and so we are in agreement with everything that's in the staff report, any of the improvements that were required or suggested with the traffic impact study, we're in agreement with those. For Portner Road, you are correct, that is in the Nampa area of impact. The Nampa area of impact in this area is designated medium density residential. So there's a number of kind of mix of lot sizes that you can do over there. I know that there's parcels to the east of us, that I've had people inquire about development of that in Nampa. Again, this is an urbanizing area, it's developing and growing. Our zoning designation request is consistent with the future land use map, and it's consistent with the standards. It's also consistent with, adjacent development that's either under construction or proposed. Let's see. We do believe that this project, that we are, contributing to, development that is properly thought out. It's consistent, again, with your planning documents. We heard some testimony concerning water. I think Brent did a great job about, the stormwater runoff and pollutants. You know, we'll be connecting into a pressurized irrigation system using the water rights that we have for the property. Again, we're really just complying with all of the zoning, ordinances and planning documents, as set forth by the city. Let's see. Yeah, I think I have covered most of the questions. I can stand for any other questions that you may have for me, and if not.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Layton?
Well, again, thank you for your time. I'm sure all of you love to be here till the wee hours of the morning. A great way to spend your day. On behalf on behalf of my client, and the consultants, on this team, we'd like to thank you for your time and assistance, from staff. We believe that Wagers Acre subdivision is in compliance with the comprehensive plan and the code. And, at this time, we request your approval for annexation and, preliminary plat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any final questions from council for staff or any person who has testified? Okay, hearing none then, is there a motion to close the public testimony portion of the hearing? A motion from Mr. Wagoner, second by Mr. Hopper to close the public testimony portion of the hearing. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. All right, just for the audience's benefit, there are two separate items that the council has to consider tonight. One is the annexation. That is the first request. If the annexation is not approved, then the second becomes moot. If the annexation is approved, then they go forward on the preliminary plat to decide if it's appropriate or not. So there are two separate and distinct actions. However, as you know, the testimony given tonight was for both items. They were combined into one public hearing. So the evidence list that I will provide is for both the annexation and the preliminary plat, but then I will ask council to consider each of those items separately in the decision-making process. Okay? Any questions on that? Okay. First of all, I would present for your approval the evidence list for both the annexation and preliminary plat as the staff report, sign-up sheets, the aerial of Wages Acres, the preliminary plat, the zoning map, CC 1000, which is the Bonnie Layton PowerPoint, and then CC 1001, which are the photos that were presented by Mr. Bachman. Is that everything you had, sir? Okay. Mr. Carlson.
I move to approve the evidence as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Mr. Hopper. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. So first, we'll go with the annexation, and I would ask for council's comprehensive plan analysis.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Carlson.
I would move that we accept the comprehensive plan analysis in the staff report under Roman numeral 5.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Hopper to approve the comprehensive plan analysis as found in the staff report under Roman numeral 5. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. I would ask for council's findings of fact on regarding the annexation.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Allgood.
The Caldwell City Council accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes were used in evaluating the application.
Perfect. Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Allgood, second by Mr. Hopper regarding findings of fact for the annexation. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. I would ask for conclusions of law.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hopper.
Caldwell City Council has the authority to order that this be approved or denied. Public notice requirements were met, the hearing was legally noticed and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under requirements of Idaho Code and city ordinances.
Thank you. I have a motion regarding conclusions from Mr. Hopper, second from Mr. Carlson. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. Order of decision?
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Carlson.
Based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the mayor and city council hereby orders that case number ANN 20 dash 0000008, the request to annex 39.44 acres more or less with an R2 medium density residential zoning designation for the property R30970, 5202 Homedale Road in Nampa is approved with the conditions listed in the staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Wagner.
and I don't know if this would be the proper place for the annexation or the subdivision. I was thinking here, if we wanted to add a condition, because there are uses in the R2 that, like a duplex, things like that, that we conditioned it that it must comply with the R1 use standards.
That should probably be in the preliminary plot, wouldn't it?
I think it probably needs to be here, because this is where the annexation zoning is, that would be my guess.
Mr. Waterman, do you have an answer for us on that?
Mayor, council, I would recommend the condition, as one associated with the annexation. And the reason I'm now hearing, which person passed along, is there will be an associated development agreement, so I think there'll be a hearing on that. That was the most comfortable home for a condition like that, but, so condition the annexation and rezone, that those are the triggering events for a development agreement. Staff will take a note of the condition, and as part of this, we'll make sure it also finds its way into the development agreement.
So you wanna include that in your motion?
Yeah, I would like to include, single residential.
So more specifically, it would be the use schedule under the R1 zoning?
Yeah, the use standards, not the dimension standards.
Right. The mayor and council, the thing with the use will be limited to those uses allowed in the R1 zone as of the date of the approval of the application, which is December 20th, 2021.
Okay. So that would be your motion then to move for approval with an additional condition to make sure the staff adds in the development agreement that only R1 uses are allowed in this property. Is that correct? Okay, so is there a second? Second. Okay, I have a second by Mr. Wagner. Any further discussion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Alton?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Alden?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The annexation has been approved unanimously by the members of the Caldwell City Council present. Let's go back then to the subdivision plat, which is SUB 21-000014. You've already approved the evidence list, so I would ask for council's comprehensive plan analysis.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we accept the comprehensive plan analysis under Roman numeral 10 in the staff report.
Second.
Thank you. A motion by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Hopper, to approve the comprehensive plan analysis as found in the staff report under Roman numeral 10. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. I would ask for council's findings of fact.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Allgood.
Caldwell City Council accepts the facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list. All adopted city ordinances, standards, and codes were used in evaluating the application.
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Allgood, second from Mr. Hopper regarding findings of fact. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Conclusions of law.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Hopper.
Caldwell City Council has the authority to hear this case in order that it be approved or denied. Public notice requirements were met, the hearing was legally noticed and posted, and the hearing was held and conducted under the requirements of Idaho City and Idaho Code and city ordinance.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. A motion by Mr. Hopper, second by Mr. Carlson regarding conclusions of law. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously by council's members present. I would ask for order of decision regarding SUB 21-000014.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Carlson?
based on the findings of fact and conclusions of law, the mayor and city council hereby orders that case number SUB 21-000014, a preliminary plot for Wagers Acres subdivision, a phase development consisting of 107 single-family residential lots with an average lot size of 8,669 square feet in Caldwell is approved with the conditions listed in the staff report, and to include the R1, I would say that the R1.
R1 use schedule.
Use schedule.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. I have a motion for approval with that, again reiterating the condition for R1 uses. Second by Mr. Hopper. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Wagner.
just a few, I know it's getting late, but I just want to make sure that, express my appreciation again for people that are here to testify. And I really, truly, I understand that there was a desire to go with the R1, less dense, but I know engineers, and no offense to the engineers that are here, but they are very good. And if this was an R1, I think you would see the exact same number, if not even, they could actually even do more homes if they laid it out and took advantage of every lot being 8,000 square feet. So I really don't think that would change if you went to an R1, because like I said, they're really good at getting at those numbers, in that regard. So, you know, the 107 lots, even at the 3 per acre, with an R1, this is actually well below that. So I think that some of them were smaller, but they did some things, if you noticed on the preliminary plat that's not up there now, a lot of times you'll see there's a drain ditch that goes through the middle of this. And I noticed as we're looking at it, a lot of times they'll take those property lines to the center of that ditch, and they didn't on this one. So they didn't take advantage of some of those things that you see developers do sometimes. So, with regards to that, just want to make those comments in favor of this request.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Discussion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Paulson?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Aldred?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Motion passes unanimously. Is there a motion then to close this public hearing? So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Aldred, second by Mr. Hopper. To close this public hearing, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. This public hearing is closed. That then moves us to the next item on the agenda, which is also a quasi judicial public hearing, known as case TD 21 dash 000007.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, a quick technical commentary. I believe that Council President Ogden's laptop screen is just gently tapping against his microphone boom.
Is it?
Creating
No,
some,
it's not this one. Yeah.
okay. There we go. It was creating the illusion of a water dropping out in the audience. It's a little too metaphorical, I think.
I was hearing it, but it wasn't registering, I knew exactly.
Okay. Again, this is a public hearing quasi judicial known as case number TE 21 dash 000007. The developer is seeking a preliminary plat renewal, a 12-month time extension for Sweet Home subdivision, a 6 residential lot development on parcel R356777010, containing approximately 1.99 acres in an R1 low-density residential zone, located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Newport Drive and South Kimball Avenue. I will declare this public hearing open and ask for staff's presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Emma Hill. I'm an associate planner, 621 Cleveland Boulevard, and I have been sworn in. So like you mentioned, this is a 12-month time extension, and they're asking for this in order to complete and submit the final plat. Their time extension is being requested today due to their preliminary plat expiring in October of this year. They experienced some delays in the development due to removal of power and cable cords, which is why the preliminary plat did expire. The preliminary plat was originally approved by council in October of 2019. The proposed development will include 6 residential units and at least 2 acres, and it is zoned low-density residential. The existing preliminary plat is still in accordance with code and supported by staff.
Thank you, and I'm proud of myself. I didn't ask if you were a high school student this time. Oh, that was one of those nights. I'm sorry, Emma. Any questions for Emma? Thank you. All right, let's see. Craig. Kolchak. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
I was going to really make a mess of that, so thank you for your help.
You'd be the first one to ever do that. My name is Craig Kolchak. I have been sworn in. I live at 4839 Mountain View Drive in Boise.
Welcome, sir.
I'm the consultant on this project. I think the 12-month time extension is more than generous. All the infrastructure's been completed. The city has signed off on the sewer and the water, and the drainage. The paving is complete, landscaping is complete, fencing is complete, irrigation is complete. We're just trying to button up the cleanup of the project and then put the bins in for final inspection. So 12 months is more than generous. I'm thinking maybe a month tops. I've already submitted the final plan to the city, paid the fees, so we're ready to rock and roll and button this thing up. any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Kolchak?
Yeah.
Did I do it right that time?
Yeah, so by the way, I've got South Wooster County signature on that as well.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Aaron Jones?
I'm her brother, Jason. We live there. Yeah, I have several concerns.
Honey, you got the wrong one.
But, I know it, absolutely, yeah. Hi, my name's Jason. I have some questions, concerns about this project this guy got going on.
Okay, are you Aaron Jones?
I'm her brother, Jason.
And you're Aaron?
Her eyes are bothering her, so she can't read
Okay.
her notes.
Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, then we need to start over again. Let's see, what is your full name, sir?
Jason Bruce Romey?
Jason Froming?
Yes, R-O-M-E-Y.
I'm sorry, spell that again for the last one.
R-O-M-E-Y.
R-O-M-E-Y.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Madam Clerk, would you swear him in? Raise your right hand, please.
You swear from the testimony of tonight and the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Welcome, sir.
Part of the thing is, I know it's a high density, they're wanting the rate to zone it as high density over there. Streets down there aren't, very well monitored. And, you know, there's lots of children, lots of kids, and I mean, I have concerns about what they're gonna do to regulate the traffic down there as far as, you know, 'cause, I mean, there's not really a lot for sidewalks and stuff yet down that way, going up and down Kimball. Another concern is, you know, what's that gonna do to our property, you know, values and, you know, I really don't exactly know what they got going in over there. I know when I was wanting to add, something on to my lot, they told me that there was a certain amount of, you don't have so much house to land, because especially on a corner lot. And I don't know, you know, it's right there in the corner, the intersection would be on Kimball, which is really, we need some more stop signs down there, at least, you know, four ways, at least on either side of it. If it's gonna have, you know, that many people, it'd be great. But it's bad enough as it is, you know, the traffic there is, you know, people speeding, stuff like that, and then. So this is some of our concerns, anything else?
I think we can't hear you on the record, so I apologize, ma'am.
We just more or less, we'd like to know what's going on, but, yeah, we're concerned about, you know, having them, you know, just a big pack right there in the corner, you know, all bunched together. You know, the rest of it's, you know, spread out, it's north, but it's, you know, the traffic in and out of the road, and because they only have one in and out. But yeah, we'd really like to know kind of just more or less what's going on, so we can kind of know to expect.
And I apologize, I didn't mean to, it's just that with quasi judicial, we have to be sworn in and.
Yeah, that's right,
And be on the record and everything else, so I, you know, comments from the back room, we can't get them on the record. So let me try to answer a couple of your questions, and then I'll let Mr. Kolchak, respond. This is not a high-density residential, it is just 6 houses that are gonna be going in there, so there's no multifamily or anything else. There's 6 houses on 2 acres, approximately 1.99 acres. So I just want you to know that it is R1, it's not, it's single-family residential.
But that's one single lot, right?
It's 2 acres.
2 acres?
Yeah.
Good.
So the
But
lots
it's
are.
divided?
Yeah, and I'll let Mr. Kolchak go into the detail on that for you, so I don't make any mistakes.
But anyway, yeah, I mean, as far as that, they have one in and out, and, right on the Kimball, and that's a really busy intersection anyway. There's not much for stop signs between Ustick and way down by, was it Linden? That's, I mean, it's pretty well uncontrolled traffic down there. And I think, at least my concern would be at least getting a few more stop signs in maybe, you know, 'cause it is a big school route right there, lots of kids.
Sure.
Especially since that's the fence around there, I mean, they're legal with the fence, but still makes it kind of a blind corner with, on both sides because of our fence too. But yeah, a couple more stop signs would be great, as far as being able to see, you know, kids, cars, outside streets, you know. But that's basically my concern.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for Mr. Romy? Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, we've made improvements to Kimball Road and widened it by 20 feet. We also have, setback of about 10 feet to the fence. So, from north to south, we've added a separated sidewalk, a landscaping strip, and then we've widened Kimball. We had to move 3 or 4 power poles to the west to accommodate that widening. We've completed the paving on that as well, so a frontage from our, property has been widened, from north to south on that. And there's sidewalk from north to south as well, that ties into the existing subdivision sidewalk, to the west. As far as stop signs, I think that the mitigation of having a widening strip, left in and left out on that will facilitate a safe access into that development. And that's pretty much, does that kind of answer your question?
Well, no, I'm just saying, you know, six.
And again, I'm sorry, we kind of didn't pick it up on.
So,
I'm sorry.
the lot sizes vary from 14,000 to 10,000. I think the average lot size is 13,000 square feet in this development, so it's definitely not a high-density, project. And it's done, everything's completed already. So, we'll be submitting, building permits as soon as we get the recording completed. And that's the process we're in right now, is recording the final plat. Any questions from?
Thank you. Any questions from Mr. Kolchak? And so again, if you have some other questions, Mr. Orton can answer those for you after the fact. We just have to follow the rules of public hearing. And I apologize, I'm not trying to be rude, I'm really not.
Okay.
So, but Mr. Orton can certainly answer any questions about the traffic and the stop signs. So, and again, this preliminary plat was approved in 2019. So this is just a time extension for something that's already been approved. Of course, council could deny it, but, you know, I don't know what the reason would be for that. But again, so those things were discussed in 2019 when the first hearing was held. And so I apologize, but Mr. Orton can certainly answer any questions you have on, he is the Public Works Director, and we're happy to take your suggestions on Kimball, on locations there, and certainly can go to the Traffic Commission, so.
Unfortunately, we just moved in here recently, so, you know.
Well, welcome to Caldwell, and sorry for the confusion.
Oh, we used to live on Canyon Hill.
Oh.
We like it here.
Well, thank you. All right, any other questions from council? If not, is there then a motion to close this public hearing?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion by Mr. Hopper, second by Mr. Allgood, or was it the other way around?
Other way around.
Mr. Allgood made the motion, Mr. Hopper made the second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. On the time extension, on the decision-making process, is it simply the ordinance, or do we need to go through? So, I would ask for council's findings of fact.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Allgood.
the Caldwell City Council accepts the general facts outlined in the staff report, public testimony, and the evidence list, which is not pertinent to this situation.
Thank you.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries. Conclusions of law?
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Hopper.
Call City Council has the authority to hear this request in order to be approved or denied. Other notice requirements were met, hearing was held, conducted on requirements, Idaho code and city ordinance.
Thank you. Motion, Mr. Hopper, second by Mr. Carlson, regarding conclusions of law. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. Order of decision.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Carlson.
based on the finding of fact and conclusions of law, the Caldwell City Council hereby orders case number, TE 21-0000007, request of Paul Willingham for a 12-month time extension for preliminary plat approval of, Sweet Home subdivision is approved with the, conditions listed in staff report.
Thank you. A motion by Mr. Carlson, second by Mr. Hopper. Any further discussion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Olson?
Yes.
McGee?
Yes.
Albin?
Yes.
Wagner?
Yes.
Hopper?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That was a test, Mr. McGee, and you passed. All right,
This is a great little infill project.
all right, I need a motion to close that public hearing then. So moved.
Second.
Motion, Mr. Allgood, second, Mr. Hopper. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Motion carries unanimously. I would ask for, next, the consideration of bill number 72, ordinance number 3390, amending chapter 6, article 7, section 060735, governing alcohol beverage catering permits, with a request to waive the rules, pass it on its first reading by title only. This was, a topic at the last workshop. This is the one that we discussed regarding, establishments using catering permits in lieu of alcohol beverage permits. And, so I'll ask Mr. Waterman to give us a super fast, quick update.
Jordan's point of the ordinance for, scroll down, just to refresh my recollection. Can you stop, Brent? Okay, and then scroll down a little further. Going. Okay, great. Can you scroll back up to the first page? Wonderful. Okay, so, yes, as the mayor said, as you recall, there was sort of an omnibus alcohol licensing ordinance, but reasonably can be separated into two parts. The first being additional regulations on licensing and a point system, et cetera, and then the second part being trying to address an ongoing problem the city's had with catering permits being used to operate what is essentially a multiple day per week bar at a given location. So this particular ordinance addresses just the second half of what we talked about at the workshop. So the first thing it does is it gets rid of sort of this generalized language about operating multiple day per week bar and just converts that into a numerical requirement. So Brent, you can scroll to the bottom of this first page. So you can see that the strike through is getting rid of anything subjective, and it's being replaced with the hard and fast day rule. So no location may have more than 24 days in any calendar year where alcohol is served pursuant to a catering permit or permit. And so, of course, if there's a place that wants to serve alcohol more than 24 days per year, they are more than welcome to obtain a license. The way they go, but they can't do it, they cannot utilize a catering permit to serve alcohol at any particular location 25, 26, 27 plus days per year. So that's what this fixes. Pushes locations that have been overutilizing catering permits into getting their own alcohol liquor licenses, and that will make them responsible and put them on the hook for the way people behave at their establishments.
And also, just as another comment, there is a liability issue for the person who allows their catering permit to be used over and over and over again as well. And so this actually protects those people, and then, you know, obviously this is a means to an end, and that is to have responsible ownership of those establishments and making sure that we're protecting the public as well. So. Any other comments, questions for Mr. Yes, sir. Almighty wise one, speak.
I'm sensing that this is geared towards people trying to run dance halls and things that don't have a license for it. They're using a permit from somewhere else to do it. Do we have any wedding venues here that this would affect, that hold weddings more than
Mr. Waterman.
So, Mayor,
I don't want that.
I'm just, again, I'm familiar with people who run dance halls and things based on catering commits, and I know we want to discourage that. I just wanna make sure we didn't, if there's something to do with like a wedding venue or something that in June, July, and August are running 12 weddings a week or whatever, you know.
Mayor, Councilman, all good. This is just a hard and fast numerical rule. If there is a venue that in fact runs 12 weddings a week, they use it up in 2 weeks. So, I wouldn't necessarily say this is not targeting anything in particular, other than when you have, if I've got a venue if I have a venue, and I've got, 10 people who are willing to cater at my venue, then you can have bad behavior under multiple licenses, and never quite rises to the point where it's a problem. If I just have to go get my own license for my venue, I've got my own license. If I get it, if I commit a crime or something, it's my own license, and it needs to keep track of it in that way. It is certainly true that, if there's a wedding venue that has more than 24 weddings where alcohol is served, they will bump up into this rule. They can go get a liquor license. At this point, I don't know how many liquor licenses the city of Caldwell has available to it, but I don't think we're anywhere near the cap. And so for now, if you're in Boise, that's a considerable problem. If it's a big problem in Caldwell, I would be less inclined. I think a wedding venue could become licensed as a licensed premises, relatively low cost.
For beer and wine, anyway, it'd be pretty cheap.
Yeah, and I think, again, for liquor, I don't think any Caldwell's anywhere near the cap, which is what has driven the cost up in Boise.
I don't know that we are anywhere close. I don't know the number, but the last I heard, there were several available in the city.
Yeah, so, if there are some wedding venues that have a lot of weddings that, people are drinking at, then they can get a license. And if in the future it becomes cost prohibitive to operate a wedding venue, then council can revisit and talk about ways to address that. The benefit, the pros and cons of a hard and fast numerical rule are, it catches exactly what it catches, and it doesn't catch what it doesn't, but there's no subjectivity, there's no, picking or choosing, or there's no, room for an allegation of some sort of, favoritism or preferential treatment or anything like that, because it's just, you just do the math. And if they violate it, then they have to get their own license.
I would think that if they have to get intoxicated, get married, maybe they should think about it and not get married.
I guess I am a little concerned about one perhaps unforeseen consequence of this, which would be, if I'm the 25th person having an event at a venue, and I've hired a caterer who's never catered at that venue before, how will I know that my event's in danger?
Mayor, Councilman Hopper, the venue, hopefully you have consulted with the venue prior to consulting with their caterer. So the venue should know how many times they've served alcohol, and they would be able to tell you. Particularly, it'd be a private contract matter. If I hire a venue to allow me to host an event there, and part of that is I can have alcohol, in terms of they say, but you can't have alcohol, okay, let's breach the contract. There's no doubt that a failure to communicate amongst those private parties may result in a situation where the city, because of its numerical prohibition, is ruining somebody's, is resulting in somebody not getting married because they weren't sufficiently intoxicated. So, that it is true that may arise, but, and as an aside, I'm proud to say I was stone cold sober when I got married.
And not a joke.
As we digress. Are there any other legitimate questions or comments? Here's a legitimate question, I was referring to the comment. So, we've established that Mr. Waterman was stone cold sober. Okay. Yeah. And that perhaps Mr. Carlson may not have been, I'm not sure. So, anyway.
I got married when I was 19, I wasn't allowed to drink yet.
To
Okay.
be fair, I didn't say it was stone cold and sober. There were no comments between those, but.
Anyway, Mr. Hopper, did that answer your question, or?
Well, it does, I guess I'm not sure, you know, we have to test the waters on it. I mean, 24, I mean, I'm not sure, you know, we'll have to see what that looks like.
I think it's a good place to start.
Good place to start. I mean, there are a lot of small gathering event things, places out there, and I'm just not sure, whether they would run into trouble, unintentionally or not.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Thank you. Thank you. All right, sir, then I will read this bill by its title only and ask for council's consideration. This is ordinance number 3390, bill number 72, an ordinance enacted by the Caldwell City Council amending chapter 6, article 7, section 0607, 35, governing alcohol beverage catering permits, approving an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Allgood.
I move that we waive the three reading rule and consider bill number 72, ordinance number 3390 on its first reading by title only.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Motion by Mr. Allgood, second by Mr. Carlson to waive the three reading process, consider bill number 3390 on its first reading by title only.
Mr. Mayor.
We've got to call the roll first, I'm sorry, but clerk call the roll, please.
Allred,
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Hopper.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes. Mr. Allgood.
I will sponsor bill number 72, ordinance number 3390, and move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Mr. Allgood to sponsor bill number 72, ordinance number 3390, move for its passage on its first reading by title only, and to approve the summary for publication. Seconded by Mr. Carlson. Any further discussion? Will the clerk call the roll, please?
Allred,
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Hopper.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes. Thank you. Bill number 72, ordinance number 3390 has been approved unanimously by the Caldwell City Council, members present. All right, that completes item number 6, moves us to number 7, consider corrected ordinance number 3350. Who is going to address that? Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have it to quote this, drink and know to keep married.
It was noted after this ordinance was approved and reported that there was an error, as actually, indicated through the Canyon County, assessor's office with the, legal description of it. So we took it back to the city attorney. Mr. Sable, corrected that. It has been approved now through the mapping department as well, and just needs to be, re-noticed out, so that we're making sure that all our political mailing, recipients are included with the correct legal, and this is the best way to be able to do that. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions for Madam Guy? All right, if not, this is corrected ordinance number 3350. I'll read by its title only and ask for council's consideration. This is an ordinance determining that certain land lays generally described as lying between Marble Front Road on the north and Joplin Road on the south, and lying between Ware Road on the west and Middleton Road on the east, comprising approximately 48.02 acres. More or less, they contiguous to the city limits of the city of Caldwell, county of Kane, state of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed to the city of Caldwell, Idaho as part of the R2 medium density residential zone, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be part of the city of Caldwell, Kane County, Idaho, directing the city engineer and planning and zoning director to add said property to the official maps of the city of Caldwell, Idaho, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the clerk of the city of Caldwell to file a certified copy of the ordinance and map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, state of Idaho, and the state of Idaho Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63215. I think that's a new record.
Mr. Mayor.
No mistakes, under a minute.
I would suspend the rules and consider, corrected ordinance number 3350 on its first reading by title only.
Thank you. I have a motion, Mr. Hopper, second by Mr. Allgood to, suspend the rules and consider corrected ordinance number 3350 on its first reading by title only. Would clerk call the roll, please?
Hopper.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Allred.
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The rules have been suspended.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Hopper.
I would sponsor corrected ordinance number 3350, move for its passage and approve the summary for publication.
Thank you. Second. A motion by Mr. Hopper, second by Mr. Wagner, to sponsor the bill or corrected ordinance number 3350, move for its passage on its first reading by title only, and to approve the summary for publication. Would clerk call roll, please?
Hopper.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Alvid.
Yes.
Wagner.
Thank you very much. That completes item number 7 and has been passed unanimously by all the city council members present. Items number 8, 9, and 10 can be taken in conjunction with one another, as we discovered last time, according to Mr. Waterman. So these are all the same thing. They are voluntary requests to be annexed into the Caldwell Municipal Irrigation District. So this is bill number 74, ordinance number 3392, ordinance number 3393, bill number 75, bill number 76, ordinance number 3394. There's a motion to consider all those on the first reading by title only.
I move to consolidate items 8, 9, and 10 on the agenda under a single motion and move that they all be, considered, or suspended the rules to, consider all 3 of them en masse on the first reading by title only tonight.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. A motion by Mr. Hopper, second by Mr. Carlson. The motion was to combine all 3, include, to consider them all on the first reading by title only collectively. Any further discussion? Clerk call roll, please.
Hopper.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes.
Alvid.
All good, yes. Okay, the rules have been suspended on all 3 bills.
Mr. Mayor,
Chopper.
I would sponsor ordinance number 3392, bill number 74, ordinance number 3393, bill number 75, and ordinance number 3394, bill number 76, and move for its passage, on the first reading tonight.
Thank you. Okay, a motion, Mr. Hopper, second by Mr. Carlson, to sponsor all 3 bills and move for their passage on the first reading by title only. The clerk call roll, please.
Hopper.
Yes.
Olson.
Yes.
McGee.
Yes.
Alvid.
Yes.
Wagner.
Yes. Thank you. Financial report.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Allgood.
the Finance Committee has reviewed current accounts payable in the amount of $2,407,224.54 for the pay period to the period ending December 15th, 2021, and a net payroll of $444,312.58 for a pay period ending December 4th, 2021. I move that accounts payable in the amount of $2,407,224.54, represented by check numbers 158507 through 158670, and payroll in the amount of $444,312.58, represented by check numbers 36750 through 36833, and direct deposits be accepted, payments approved, and vouchers filed in the office of the city clerk.
Second.
Have a motion by Mr. Allgood, second by Mr. Hopper for approval of the financial report as presented. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Council reports, Mr. Carlson.
I just want to wish everybody the merriest of Christmas. We'll see you in the new year.
Mr. Hopper.
Meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I too wish everyone a great holiday season, and, as the last time I'll be doing council reports. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great ride. I've really enjoyed what, every little bit of help I've given City of Caldwell, and, happy to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. And while I've got you, you were recognized at the Christmas employee Christmas dinner, all of you.
How was I recognized? I wasn't there.
Well, we recognized you.
I was at the hospital.
They recognized me because there was something on the floor.
That's probably true.
And so, while I have you there, this is certainly bittersweet. I'm happy for both of you in the next chapter of your lives, but, in recognition of 20 years of outstanding service to the city of Caldwell City Council member, 2001 through 2021. Number that is late. But the other thing that's not on here that we absolutely need to recognize is your leadership and guidance on the Urban Renewal Commission. Again, we talked about it earlier, but that was just the tip of the iceberg about all the projects and benefits this community has received through that entity. And obviously, your leadership has been absolutely essential here. So we appreciate you, we love you, and respect you. And so there's a retirement gift along with.
Really, I can retire now, huh?
Yes, big enough you can retire and move to wherever you want to be.
Well, thank you, Mayor.
Also to Mr. Carlson, who is also recognized, in recognition of 19 years of outstanding service to the city of Caldwell as a city council member from 2000 to 2003, and then city council member from 2006 to 2021. Your dedication and commitment to Caldwell has made a difference.
Still 20 years.
It was. Plus, how many years before that?
26 years in fire department.
So
Couple
56
years in the planning and zoning.
So, many, many moons of service for Mr. Carlson. And again, you are loved and appreciated, and your fingerprints are all over this community, and it's a better place because of.
My wife hates when I do that.
So there's also a retirement gift and a plaque to say thank you to both of you. I'm sorry, I probably should have done that at the beginning, when there were 150 people there, or whatever.
Oh, no, I think you have the appropriate membership in the audience right now.
Anyway, thank you to both of you, for everything that you have done. We also have a plaque and a gift for Mr. Pollard that we left earlier than I could give to him, but. And again, I'm gonna say something as we leave on Monday or Tuesday night, January 4th, again, but, my gosh, what an honor it has been to serve with both of you. You're loved, you're respected, you're appreciated beyond my words to
It's
express.
such a privilege to be part of the team, to see everything come around the way it did. Unbelievable.
Thank you to both of you.
Yeah, I think we accomplished more than many of us really dreamed, and that was pretty cool.
Again, I think the original goals on the revenue allocation area were 350 million or something like that. And I think we came in at just under $1 billion. So we far exceeded anything that we dreamed of, and it's, you look out, I can see the lights from here, and downtown is far better than we ever dreamed or contemplated. The success is, again, driven the parking problem, it's driven a lot of other issues, but they're nice issues to have that we didn't have before. And certainly we'll get through those, but your contributions will live on and on and on and on.
Yeah, 'cause I won't live long and on, but much longer, so, there's that.
Mr. Wagoner.
Merry Christmas to everyone, excited for the holiday season, and just I want to express my appreciation to both of you. It's been very enjoyable, and appreciated your.
There were a couple of nights up there that wasn't so enjoyable, but she did fine.
So anyway, so best of luck, and I really enjoyed it a lot.
Mr. Algen.
Well, I certainly enjoyed it immensely, but I just wanted to echo what Chief Lyons said. When I was chief, the support that the council gave me and the mayor gave me was just so valuable. I mean, we did some really not so pleasant times doing that job, and knowing the mayor and council were there, I see these poor officers these days, who the mayor and council are throwing them under the bus in every way possible, and knowing that this council and the mayor was behind the police department made so much difference. It was definitely made my career in that job better as it could be.
Well, thank you, Chief, and again, thank you for your contributions as police officer, police chief, council member, twice. Inadvertently, but twice. Yeah. Anyway, we appreciate everything you've done. I really don't have any other comments other than Merry Christmas. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. I apologize, Mr. McGee.
I'll yield my time to you, Mr. Mayor.
Anyway, thank you for sticking with us, John. I know you haven't been feeling well today, and that's why you didn't participate in person.
At least you get to have your pajamas on.
Yeah, so I hope you're sipping hot cider in your jammies somewhere. Anyway, I just wanna, again, wish everyone a Merry Christmas. What a wonderful experience this has been, and certainly I'll say more in a couple of weeks, but, and I've already said too much probably, on too many occasions, but I can't go away without thanking everyone one more time. But you're all loved, appreciated, respected beyond my ability to express, and this is a great city, and together, we've had a big hand in all of that, so congratulations to all of you. Well done. With that, is there a motion to adjourn? Motion by Mr. Hopper, second by Mr. Carlson. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
budget for overtime wages?
Why? You want more pay?
Yeah, I think I'm in overtime after about 9:30.
Yes.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Wife and all your,
Oh my gosh.
your good work.
I've not been too many of those here lately.
Yeah, I'm impressed. Pretty tough, no, yeah, no kidding.